And here's the QR code for the attendance for today. Good morning again. Please scan the QR code for your attendance. The link is also posted in the chat box kung wala kayong scanner. So yung attendance po, may limited time lang po yung attendance. That's why we're already posting it now for the morning attendance because later on po, meron din for the afternoon attendance. Thank you. Again, attendance is posted in the chat box and also here with the QR code. Please register now for your attendance. 8:30, we're going to start the program proper. This is what it says in our program for the session B for radiologic technologies. Thank you. So there's announcement here for the CPD points for nursing. Will be 5 points, according to Ma'am Kathleen Grace Rabago. Good morning from Unit of Radiology. Good morning, sir. The questions regarding the attendance yesterday, I'll let you know later. I will still consult the committee for this regarding the attendance yesterday if you were not able to attend. Good morning from Legazpi City. If you cannot enter the Zoom link, there is another way to enter this through website link. Good morning from Tacloban City. Good morning, sir, ma'am. Again, please try to accomplish your attendance for the morning session. QR code posted here and also link on the chat box. Again, your questions regarding the attendance, the certificate, the CPD. I think the committee later on will be announcing about this, your questions, because there's a committee for this, and we have house rules, which later on I'll be posting it. Sorry, I cannot answer it directly now. Yes, po ma'am, there is a limited time for the morning session attendance. That's why they call it morning session. So this attendance is only for the morning session because later on we still have afternoon session attendance. Yeah, now. So in the chat box, I think the chat moderator says that it will be decided by our tech team. They will compare with the Zoom meeting attendance. Okay. Thank you, Ma. So we still have 15 minutes more to start our program proper. So again, please accomplish your attendance. 9 minutes before we start our program proper. So I hope everyone is here now. So we have 216 participants so far sa Zoom. So we are also connected sa website link. So I hope those who were not able to enter the Zoom, you may also enter you may live streaming at our website link. So again, please accomplish your attendance for the morning session. QR code posted here, and also the link is in the chat box. Thank you. So again, good morning, everyone. So good morning sa Zoom link and also sa website link. So again, accomplish your attendance for the morning session. We have 5 minutes more before we start our program proper. So attendance posted here and also sa chat box with a link. So try to accomplish your attendance for the morning session. Thank you. So good morning, everyone. So to formally, so I think we can now start formally. So let me introduce formally myself. So I am Marvin Mercader, the program chair of the Department of Radiologic Technology under the College of Allied Health Sciences at Trinity University of Asia. So I will be your facilitator and moderator for today. Together with me is Dr. or our Dean, Rupo Agarao. So to formally start our program, so let's start with the invocation. So let me tell you more about our house rules first. So this is our house rules. So participants are required to attend all the session from April 26 to 27, whether they are attending through Zoom platform or viewing the Triicon in the website. Attendance link will be posted for a specific time only for every session. So failure to attend any of the session will forfeit the privilege of receiving a certificate of participation. So evaluation will be given on April 27, 2023, right after the plenary session. So attendance to all of the session as well as the result of the evaluation will be the basis in the release of certificate with CPD points as well as certificate for CPT self-directed learning or SDL. I think this is clarified yesterday. So you have to attend the session yesterday and today, and also the session later this afternoon for you to have a certificate of participation and for those who have CPD units. So klaro po to. So it's those who are asking about the attendance, about the certificate, about the CPD. So it is stated here in the house rules. Thank you. So again, this is the attendance for the morning session. So again, it is also posted in our chat box. So let's start with the invocation to be led by Father Echanes Kajogan.
Good morning, everyone. Let us hear a passage from Isaiah chapter 40, verses 12 through 18 before we pray. Who has measured the waters in the hollow of his hand and marked off the heavens with a span, enclosed the dust of the earth in a measure, and weighed the mountains in scales and the hills in a balance? See, he takes up the isles like fine dust. Lebanon cannot provide fuel enough, nor are its animals enough for a burnt offering. All the nations are as nothing before him. They are accounted by him as less than nothing and emptiness. To whom then will you liken God, or what likeness compare with him? Let us pray. Almighty God, the source of all, Almighty God, the source of life, knowledge, and wisdom, thank you for creating us and the entire universe for your great purpose. We praise you for our wonderful capacity to observe, to discover, to understand, and to do what is good and beneficial to all. By thinking of ideas and creating technologies that could help and sustain communities, particularly on matters of health. And so we praise and thank you for this opportunity for research outputs to be presented and discussed, for participants to learn in this Trinity Research and Idea International Congress 2023, given the theme, Striving for Sustainable Communities through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas. We thank you for the work of the organizers, testing.
So thank you, Father Echanes Kajogan, our university chaplain. So again, we welcome you to the second day of our Trinity University of Asia Research and Idea International Congress, or Triicon 2023, with the theme Striving for Sustainable Communities through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas. So again, good morning to all the participants. So good morning sa Zoom link, yung mga participants natin here at the Zoom links, and also sa website link. So we have 232 participants in the Zoom link. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, nurses. Good morning, respiratory therapists, and also good morning, radiologic technologists. And to acknowledge also the presence of our deans in the Zoom link, we would like to acknowledge Dean Lorena of the St. Luke's College of Nursing. Of course, our Dean of College of Allied Health Sciences, Dean Rupo Agarao, the program chair of the respiratory therapy, Dr. Noel Tiburcio, and also I don't know if Dean, the program chair of the nursing is here, Sir Abelera. Good morning, sir. And also good morning to all the faculty of St. Luke's College of Nursing, our parallel session B, the respiratory faculty, and also the faculty from the RadTech, and of course our students, nurses again, the respiratory therapists, and of course our professional radiologic technologies who are here today. So good morning, everyone. So to formally start our session for this session B, I guess I already read the house rules a while ago, so you have to attend all the sessions. So yesterday was a very fruitful and productive session discussed by the College of Nursing and also the respiratory therapy. So we hope that we are going to give you also a very interesting lectures today with our three distinct speakers from the radiologic technology. So to formally start our session for session B this morning, so let me call in Dr. Rupo B. Agaraw, our Dean of College of Allied Health Sciences, to introduce our first speaker. Dean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mercader. To introduce the first speaker for today's session, to the committee of the Triicon, guest speakers, colleagues in the profession, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Dr. Rufo Bigarao, the Dean, College of Allied Health Sciences at Trinity University of Asia. It is my distinct honor to introduce our speaker. He is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Radiologic Technology, Master of Arts in Education at IRIS, and a Juris Doctor at Manila Law College. He is a former CPD Council member for Radiologic Technology for Professional Regulatory Board. Presently, he is the President of Progressive Training and Learning Center and the President of Association of Deans of Radiologic Technology in the Philippines, to speak on the future role of radiologic technologies in sustaining or sustainable healthcare. A virtual round of applause to Mr. Abelardo Marva III. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Rupo Agarao, for a very friendly introduction. Also like to congratulate the Triicon for coming out with this kind of program. No, actually, it is always a great opportunity to tackle regarding sustainable healthcare, no, and what will be the involvement of RadTech, no, what will be our own involvement. Of course, it's my privilege and honor to be part of your program. No, thank you so much for inviting me. No, maraming salamat po. No? And then prologue, seeing with your eye, seeing with your ears, because listening is always an art, and listening with your eyes be an open door. This topic is very important. Sometimes na-overlook natin itong regarding sa sustainable healthcare, which actually in some other country, they are now already in this era. No, they are now battling with the sustainable healthcare, combating the global warming or the climate change. Only when the last tree has died.
Sir Marva, sorry to interrupt you po. Pwede po pa-enlarge
Yes.
tayo ng slide natin, sir?
Ay, sorry,
Apo.
naka-share screen ba ako, ma'am?
Nakashare naman po, kaya lang yung isa po yung ano nakikita namin, hindi po yung slide lang.
Okay po, sandali lang
Apo.
po. Thank you, ma'am. Ayan, okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ayan. Okay na po, no? Yan.
Wala pa pong nakashare, sir.
Wala pa. Sandali lang. Ibig sabihin, ma'am, kanina hindi lumabas yung share screen?
Nakashare screen po, pero yung slide po na isa yung ano, bali
Okay.
nakikita po namin yung mga next slide nyo. Yung,
Okay,
apo.
naka-presenter view. Okay po.
Apo,
Yan.
ayan po, sir. Pa-enlarge na lang po full screen. Yan, okay na po. Thank you po.
Ayan. Thank you so much. Ayan po. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. For that regards, yan. Only when the last tree has died and the last river have been poisoned and the last fish has been caught, will we realize we cannot eat money. Climate change is caused by rising level of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in Earth's uppermost atmosphere. And globally, as evidence, yung climate change is actually has a devastating effect to our environment. It causes natural disaster and scarcity of food and water. Kung mapapansin natin kung bakit ngayon ang daming mga pagbabago sa environment natin, yung summer before ay sobrang init na ng summer ngayon kasi every year pataas yung ating temperature, and it is contributed because of the global warming. Yung ating contribution, each contribution ang tinatawag natin na carbon footprints. Healthcare is ripe for innovation to reduce carbon emission. Carbon footprint is the total amount of greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide and methane, that are generated by our action. If we're going to look on the diagram, the carbon footprints of healthcare, medicine and medical equipment and other supply chain, this is the contribution. And then the medical equipment pertaining to radiologic technology is 10%. And then what is the role of healthcare in climate change? Can we imagine yung hospital that the main mission is to treat or to heal the disease is actually now contributing to the global warming or to the climate change, which eventually can cause disaster and some disease, like for example the COVID-19 problem before. Places of healing should be the leading the way to contributing to leading the way, not contributing to the burden of disease. As I mentioned earlier, dapat yung hospital, since we are the one leading to the healing, should not be the one contributing to the burden of disease. Kaya that is the main reason on how we can balance therapeutic quality healthcare and at the same time minimizing our footprints, our contribution to the environment. The global healthcare system emit more than 2 gigatons of carbon dioxide, equivalent each year accounting for 5 to 8.5% of total greenhouse gas emission in the developed countries. And pertaining to the principle of sustainable healthcare, para ma-minimize natin yung ating footprint contribution, we can concentrate on prevention of disease. Kung konti po ang pasyente sa hospital, konti po ang i-x-ray natin, konti po ang gagamitan natin ng medication, And then we can do that by patient self-care. We can educate the public on how they can prevent the acquisition of disease, like that we are doing now. The DOH is very aggressive in promoting good health. Prevention is always better than cure. And at the same time, low carbon alternative. For example, sa X-ray, instead of using the films and the chemicals that we're using in manual processing, we are now in the era or transformation into a digital world. Now we are now using digital radiography, and some are using computed radiography. With that kind, we can minimize the contribution, the footprints that we can contribute while we are delivering quality service. And at the same time, lean service delivery, if as much as possible, we can maximize the time, the scheduling, and giving quality service to prevent repetition of the work. Prevention is for the promoting health and preventing disease by tackling the cause of illness and inequalities. Actually, right now, the DOH is very busy for the implementation of universal healthcare, wherein they wanted to level the field of health, delivering health in the barangay instead of concentrating in the general hospital. And then we can, through the process of community-based education, we can teach the public for patient self-care. Kung titingnan natin yung bagong project ng DOH, yung pertaining to the universal healthcare, they're actually planning to empower the barangay health clinic. Kung merong isang doktor, isang nurse, and actually dun sa project nga magkaroon ng ultrasound and X-ray accessible to different area, not only on the region but also in some other places close to the barangay. Empowering patient to take greater role in managing their own health and healthcare. Lean service delivery, streamlining care system to minimize wasteful activities. Papasok dito yung scheduling. For example, kung if possible, like we're doing in the hospital, lahat ng special procedure should be done in the morning so that yung room na used for special procedure can be turned off in the afternoon. Kasi habang ginagamit natin yung machine, dahil hindi natin siya turn off, tuloy-tuloy siya na nagko-contribute ng nag-costing ng energy. At the same time, nagko-contribute tayo dun sa possible na air gases o yung tinatawag natin na global warming. And low carbon alternative, prioritizing treatment and technologies with lower environmental impact. Kung wala ng mga chemicals ang developer, fixer solution, yung mga kagaya ng hydroquinone na ginagamit natin for developer solution, and somehow can damage the ozone layer. And if we can concentrate on using digital radiography as an alternative or as a transformation, aalisin natin yung mga films kasi yung use of plastic later on, kung mapapansin niyo kung bakit before when you're using films, nire-recover natin yung mga silver, at the same time pati yung film nire-recycle natin kasi we wanted to minimize our footprint contribution to the environment. With the help of the digital radiography and also the computed radiography, mas lalong na-tone down na yung ating contribution. And with the help of universal healthcare, nilapit na sa barangay yung possible na prevention ng sakit, education ng general public, and at the same time, kung empower ang bawat isa, no, mas accessible na yung lahat ng mga health clinic, no, barangay health clinic, mas possible na kagaya nung ginagawa ngayon sa universal healthcare, kada isang discipline or program, for example, RadTech, nire-require na magkaroon ng subject na primary healthcare. For example, sa IT, may primary healthcare na din. Para ang education, hindi lang para sa mga pre-med courses o yung mga nasa health-related courses, kung hindi sa general public na nag-aaral ng college, they are now educated regarding primary health care and how to prevent the possible pandemic in the future, no? And then ang RadTech, syempre papasok ang RadTech kagaya ng binanggit natin, kung ang barangay magkakaroon ng mga ultrasound and X-ray in the future, mape-prevent natin yung possible na spread ng virus. Kasi we all know that diagnostic is the first line of defense and key to sustainable healthcare. Kung na-diagnose na, kagaya nung time ng COVID-19 sa Baguio, maganda yung ginamit nila na system on how they can prevent the spread of virus. For example, kung may mga symptoms na, pinapa-x-ray nila, pinapa-CT scan nila. Kung lumabas na may pneumonia, ina-isolate nila to prevent the contamination and spread of the virus. And that is the reason RadTech, our profession, we are also part of this battle, no? And diagnostic is always the first line of defense and key sustainable healthcare. Dun sa universal healthcare law, now we are now in the Philippines na applying it, yung mga nasa primary healthcare na part of the curriculum, may mga health-related courses na pinapayagan silang, for example, yung sa RT-PCR test or sa vaccination, para hindi lang tayo nakakonsentrate na itong field lang ng medtech or nurses ang pwede rito. Even other discipline, they can now the possible frontliner in the future. Kasi per go lockdown, kukunti lang yung possible na pwedeng lumabas and then to help combating the pandemic. Only the frontliner. With the universal healthcare, yung lahat ngayon ng part of the healthcare team and some other discipline that they will be given a certification on the primary healthcare, they can now be part of the team as a frontliner. And diagnostic prevent disease from spreading. Meron ng symptoms, pa-x-ray natin yan. During that time, medyo matagal ang result ng RT-PCR test kasi noong time na yun, kukunti pa lang yung testing center, may symptoms na yan, pa-x-ray natin yan. Kung may mga lumalabas na nakita agad sa chest x-ray or sa CT scan na parang itong lungs nito, may pneumonia, it can be a possible correlation with the COVID-19. No? Kaya ginamit ang diagnosis to prevent disease from spreading. At kung kukonti ang magkakaroon ng sakit, we can reduce the strain on our healthcare system. Kasi kung ang lahat ay we promote good health, we prevent disease, hindi tayo magkakaroon ng problema dun sa healthcare system natin. Kasi laging kinukompute mo dyan yung population of the general public and then yung healthcare worker that will be working, delivering the service, and at the same time, tinitingnan mo din yung balance nung ilan nang magtatrabaho, ilan nang may sakit, ilan pa ang possible na magkaroon ng sakit. Kung mapiprevent natin siya, well-educated ang mga general public, we can reduce the possible strain on our healthcare system. And that is the government is doing now, focusing now. Kung mapapansin ninyo, binuhay na naman yung interagency task force kung saan nagtataas ang mga alert level. Kung mape-prevent natin bago dumami o bago magkaroon ng outbreak again, much better. And then on radiology, how we contribute to climate change pertaining to the US healthcare system, produced nearly 10% of America's greenhouse gas emission. And radiology department are likely a significant contributor. kasama ang radiology. Kasi nga sa ibang bansa, sa UK, sa US, they are now looking on possibility on how we can minimize the possible footprint contribution that we are leaving to the environment. Kasi tayo ay nagdi-deliver ng quality service for the patient to minimize yung para for the healing of the patient, pero at the same time nawawala sa isip natin that we are actually contributing naman doon naman in the long run, doon naman sa climate change na maapekto naman is the entire planet, no, the entire environment, no. Recent radiology energy study shows over a year, 1 CT scan uses as much as energy as 5 4-person household. 4 to 5-person household, 1 CT scanner. And 1 MR scanner uses nearly as much as 26 to 4-person household, 26 na household sa isang MR scanner. Sa isang CT scanner, 4 to 5 household. At one Swiss hospital, 3 CT scan and 4 MR scanner account for 4% of energy use. And even the computer that we're using for the PACS, for digital radiography, computers and PACS left on overnight in one department produce nearly the same annual carbon dioxide emission as 4 passenger cars. Kaya kung hindi naman natin ginagamit yung computer natin, much better to power down workstation. Kasi yan yung mga bagay na hindi natin binibigyan ng consideration kasi we're thinking naka-standby naman yan. Yan naman ay mayroong screensaver. Naka-standby yan, hindi masyado nagko-consume ng energy. But still, nagko-consume pa rin siya ng certain energy. Kaya sa CT scan and MRI, work with industry to improve efficiency of scanner and HVAC system. Kagaya ng GE, ng Philips, no? In some other country, mas pinipili na nila na ipag-meeting sila sa mga supplier in order to provide ng mga scanner o ng mga machine na environmentally friendly, no? Economically friendly, hindi masyadong mahal, pero alam naman kasi natin kagaya ng kotse na electric, mas mahal siya kaysa ron sa regular na gas. Pero in the long run, ang tinitingnan mo doon yung contribution to the environment. Kasi ito, laging tinitingnan mo futuristic. Sa ngayon, hindi mo napapansin. Pero ang makikinabang nito, yung mga anak mo, yung mga apo mo, sa mga susunod na henerasyon. Because our planet, Earth, is the only one we have. Kung ito ay mawawala, definitely, ang mag-suffer nito yung susunod na mga generation. And that is the reason, transition to renewable energy. If possible, ang hospital, may mga portion na kasi may mga eskwelahan na gumagamit na ng solar energy. They are now using this one. Ang problem, syempre, hindi naman kayang supply ng solar energy lahat kasi mataas ang needed na voltage for CT scan and MRI. Kaya, if possible na pwede nating ibaba yung consumption, mas okay. Kung di na natin ginagamit yung machine, much better, turn off natin yung machine. O kaya naman, schedule natin yung pasyente ng sabay-sabay. Halimbawa, CT scan, naka-schedule naman yan. Di gawin natin na isang 8 o'clock, isang 9 o'clock, isang 10, emergency na lang hapon kung may dadating pa na patient. Para kung pagdating ng hapon, lahat ng pwede nating i-turn down, i-turn off, shut down, makakatipid tayo sa energy. And this energy contribute to air gases that later on can destroy our environment. 92% of patients in UK want healthcare system to operate more sustainably, no? Yung efficient, no? More sustainably and efficient. And you can also use, may mga machine na ngayon, isa to sa mga study ng mga manufacturer, we can use artificial intelligence to shorten the MR protocols, no? Kaya yung future natin, yung mga machine na bibili natin should be contributing to preserving our planet instead of destroying our environment. The majority of emission in diagnostic radiology are caused by the manufacture of medical imaging equipment and the energy required to operate it. Medical imaging is predicted to contribute to 1% of world greenhouse gas emission. Talagang meron tayong footprints na iniwan. And then our role in radiology as a RadTech, departmental, we can minimize the possible carbon footprint if we can identify kung ano yung mga machine na pag hindi natin kailangan, pwede naman natin siyang turn down. Kasi may mga machine na hindi. Halimbawa sa MRI, tuloy-tuloy siya nakabukas. CT scan, yung air condition ng CT scan, tuloy-tuloy kasi it can cause problem later on. Pero yung mga workstation na pwede nating patayin when not in use, much better. And then in some other country, they already have a green accreditation pertaining to healthcare sustainability. And if we have a radiation safety officer in the hospital, kasi alam natin niya may mga RSO, yung mga radiation protection, we can also appoint sustainability officer. The one in charge in looking on some other equipment, o ba't nakabukas tong machine na to, hindi na pala ginagamit. We can appoint that kind of person, no? The one in charge in the sustainability of the entire department in radiology. And like that we're doing now in Triicon, we save a lot of energy by doing this in online instead of doing this face-to-face. Kasi siyempre wala tayong mga air condition na magkakasama lahat. Kaya this virtual scientific meeting is a good banner on how we contribute to the sustainability in our environment. And then through research, we can do research relationship to health and equity. Kasi siyempre hindi mo naman pwedeng hindi ka mag-X-ray o mag-CT scan or mag-MRI kasi risk versus benefits. But still, we need to minimize the carbon footprints that we are sharing. Sabi nga natin, the place of healing should not be the one, a place also for creating another or contributing to the burden of disease. Medical devices and supply chain, natin yung mga alternative. And we can also, kung mapapansin ninyo, kung bakit may mga machine na nire-refurbish, kasi yung paggawa lang ng machine, it can create a lot of contribution to global warming. Kaya kung yung machine we can refurbish, kaya yung ibang mga hospital, dinodonate nila sa mga provinces kaysa i-disregard nila yung mga machine. Kasi much better yon. Kagaya yung mga hospital na hindi pa naka-digital radiography but they can use still the machine converting into computed radiography, that is also possible. And a big no-no, na unti-unti nang mawala yung ating paggamit natin ng mga chemicals because that is a greater contribution to the carbon air gases that can create global warming. And then through education, kagaya niyan, pwede natin ipasok sa curriculum natin yung regarding yung healthcare sustainability or sustainability in healthcare. And do sa mga subject natin sa school, we can embed this kind of topic in order to educate everybody. Yung mga future radiologic technologies, malalaman na nila, possible pala to. Halimbawa, we can incorporate this into foundation of radiography. No, we can add this topic kasi sa Pilipinas, hindi pa natin ito masyadong pinag-uusapan. Pero sa ibang bansa, this is actually part of their curriculum. Kaya on our point, we can contribute in advance. Pwede nating i-create yan. And dun sa institutionalized naman, influence outside radiology, halimbawa, nung panahon ng pandemic, instead na gumagamit ka ng sasakyan, marami nang nagbabike ngayon. Kasi yung paggamit mo ng sasakyan, outside your function, yung outside sa hospital, nagko-contribute ka rin to the footprints, no? Yung possible na global warming. Embedded sustainable practices, decarbonize electric grid, kagaya ng mga sa bahay natin, pwedeng through solar, no? Yung mga ilaw natin, it can be through solar. O kaya sa mga department natin sa hospital, may mga area na hindi madalas napupuntahan. Pag halimbawa, pag yung pathway na paggabi wala nang pasyente dumadaan doon, wala nang pumupunta, pwedeng magkaroon yun ng, ang ilaw natin is with sensor. Bubukas lang siya pag once na mayroong possible na dadaan na pasyente or personnel na masisense niya, bubukas yung ilaw. No? Pero medyo nakakatakot yun. Kasi syempre ngayong gabi na, no? Tapos bumubukas-bukas yung ilaw. No? Medyo parang may pagka-creepy yun. Pero somehow, kesa nakabukas magdamag yung ilaw na hindi ginagamit. No? Much better yun. Saka yung mga ilaw natin now, we're using LED. Mas mababa yung consumption. No? Nakakapag-contribute tayo na mababa to the environment. Yan. Hindi lang po. Okay po. Yan. Nawala tayo. Okay, panday lang po medyo nawala po tayo. Tumalon, ayan. Nakita ko yung mga radtech natin dito sa sa chat room. Ayan. Hello po sa inyong lahat, no? Nakita ko yung mga kapatid natin sa okay. Okay po tayo diyan. Role of radiology as a radtech, how we can contribute. And then kagaya ng binanggit natin na mayroong radiation safety officer, kung paano natin ginagawa yung ALARA principle as low as reasonably achievable, we can also do this pertaining to healthcare sustainability. Kung may radiation safety officer, mag-appoint naman tayo ng sustainability officer na magme-maintain. Hindi natin napapansin dahil tuloy-tuloy lang, pero without knowing, sa buong mundo, pinag-uusapan na to on how we can minimize the carbon contribution na nagkikreate ng mga natural disaster ngayon sa atin. And then sa X-ray, pag di ginagamit yung workstation, patayin natin. Kung na-deliver na natin lahat ng mga data, okay na, turn down na natin, no? If possible na hindi gumamit na ng chemicals for automatic processor, kung naka-digital radiography tayo, computed radiography, much better. Even yung mga films natin, kasi nung kinikreate din yung mga films natin na yan, made of plastic. And then after 5 years na hindi na natin ginagamit yan, saan gagamitin yung mga films na yan? And then, ganun din yung C-arm natin, ultrasound. Kung sa OR ka, kung tinawagan ka dahil merong pacemaker implant, pero matagal pa naman yung procedure, if possible, wag mo munang buksan yung machine mo kung hindi pa kaagad gagamitin. Minsan kasi ganun sa operating room. Nag-on call na, umakyat ka na, tapos nag-uumpisa pa lang pala sila, nagde-dressing pa lang sila. Kaya on your part naman, baka pwedeng hindi mo siya kaagad buksan to minimize the consumption. And then yung mga MRI and CT scan, MRI kasi tuloy-tuloy nakabukas. Yung CT scan, kung okay na, pwede mong patayin yung workstation, no? Tapos yung paggamit ng mga sa scheduling, magkakadikit if possible, no? Kaya sinabi natin, umaga natin gawin yung mga examination, even sa mga special procedure, tapos sa hapon naman for emergency. Dahil emergency, nakapatay na yung mga hindi naman kailangan nakabukas. Pwedeng i-turn down. There are a lot of important changes we can make as individual to be greener. Kasi gusto mong i-minimize yung footprint na iniiwanan mo dito sa environment natin. But the impact we can have as a department or an entire industry, that's a completely different scale. Kung magkakasama, 10 department, nagtutulong-tulong on how we can minimize the possible contribution. Kagaya nito, kung ang hospital ay may solar, tapos may windmill, can you imagine, napaka-idealistic nito. Somehow, you are taking care of the patient and you are now taking care of our environment. And now is a good time to go green, to create a green team, no? Our advocacy. Kung paano tayo makakatulong sa ating environment. An epilogue, my take-home message to each one of you. Recap number 1, Earth provides enough to satisfy everyone's need, but not everyone's greed. And that is according to Mahatma Gandhi. Yung pangangailangan, kayang suplayan. Pero yung kasobrahan, hindi kaya na ng environment natin. Earth provides enough to satisfy everyone's need, but not everyone's greed. Recap number 2, we are not above nature. We are actually part of the nature. Kaya dapat we also know how to protect the environment. Be part of the green team. And recap number 3, one is small a number to create greatness, but we can work together to make a big difference. Isa lang, pero kung lahat tayo tulong-tulong, mas maganda ang mako-contribute natin. And lastly, your mission is to find the qualities of green team member, not in others, but in yourself. This is my references, and thank you so much for joining me and inviting me to this program. It's what a privilege and honor for me. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Sir Marva, for that wonderful and very interesting lecture. So to recap, no, as mentioned by Sir Marva, so diagnostic is the key, or is the first line of defense and key to sustainable healthcare. So as a RadTech, we should be not the burden, but we should prevent these diseases which causes yung mga climate change, yung mga causes ng environmental emission of carbon gas. So in a simple way, as a RadTech, we can contribute. Di ba? Ang daming binanggit ni Sir Marva, yung mga pagte-turn off lang ng mga machine, if you're not using it, somehow can contribute a lot of ways, di ba? And of course, yung preventing, minimizing, and recycling is very important. And I think we're now doing it, no, in the field of RadTech, from the X-ray film to yung mga processing solution natin. Nawawala na yan. We're now venturing into digital, which is good for our climate. Very, very good sa ating climate siguro. So that's it. So thank you very much, Sir Marva. So I hope a lot of RadTechs here have questions to you, but later na yon, after the third speaker. So just hold on to your questions. We will answer it later. Just put all your questions in the chat box. Dito po sa Zoom, you can write it on the chat box, and also you can write it dun sa website link natin na chat box. Thank you again, Sir Marva. So later po sa ano natin, sa Q&A. So let's move on. So I'm so pleased to have the chance to introduce our second guest speaker. She has the degrees in Bachelor of Science in Radiologic Technology, Master of Arts in Education, major in Educational Management, Doctor of Philosophy, major in Educational Management, and presently about to finish her Master of Science in Radiologic Technology. She is a member of the Integrated Council of Radiologic Technologies, Incorporated, Board of Director, Committee in Education of Society of Privately Employed Radiologic Technologies, Incorporated, or SPERT, a board member, chairman in Ways and Means of Philippine Association of Deans and Faculty of Colleges for Radiologic Technology, or the PAD-PACORTI. External Affairs Board of Director of Philippine Association of Radiologic Technologies Incorporated, and Associate Member for Professional Regulatory Board, CPD Monitoring. What a very outstanding achievements. She has been one of the main proponents of the Radiologic Technology Educational Program, and she stands out in this field. She has a great understanding of the educational and clinical programs and a great appreciation of what it takes to truly make this event, the sustainability, to continue on a path of progress and a remarkable vision of their future. So presently, she's the clinical supervisor and a full professor at De La Salle Medical and Health Science Institute, a fascinating woman of virtue, and to discuss what else to be done to improve and sustain radiologic technology in our country with our topic, sustainable healthcare in the community in the field of radiologic technology. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Victoria Clemente Estira. Ma'am, your virtual floor is yours. Good morning.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. My apology if I will close my video just to maintain a stable connection while I am presenting.
Okay, ma'am.
So I will stop my video. Then again, good morning to everyone, and my congratulations to the Trinity University of Asia in celebration of your 60th founding anniversary. And thank you, Marvin, for that very kind introduction. I was tasked this morning to present to you and discuss to you sustainable healthcare in the community in the field of radiologic technology. For the objectives of my presentation, one is to recognize the meaning of sustainability in the healthcare industry and its advantage in the field of radiologic technology. Two is learn in depth about the new role that radiologic technologists are playing in the development of sustainable healthcare in the field of radiology and promote proactive engagement to achieve lifelong learning. And number three, to recognize problems that affect the mental well-being and the quality of life of radiographers, which affects the caliber of their work and the extent of the services they provide to the radiologic technology community. At the end of my presentation, participants are expected to possess an understanding of the potential courses of action for a long-term future in the field of radiologic technology and to be ready to advocate for and implement sustainable healthcare in their own workplaces. Allow me to start my presentation by sharing to you some inspirational words from Adlai E. Stevenson. And he said, "We can chart our future clearly and wisely only when we know the path which has led to the present." It means that in order to prepare for the future, we should first investigate and decide what needs to be done, then prepare and formulate plans that must be prioritized in order to handle problems from the past. Actually, I did 4 topics and I personally named it. Number 1 is I'm okay, you're okay. Number 2 is who was counted? Let's level up for topic number 3, and academics in action for topic number 4. So I discovered and I was informed that we are not only radiologic technologists here. We have participants from other profession, and I would like to start by giving a very short description of the job of radiologic technologists. Radiologic technologists are the healthcare professionals who perform diagnostic imaging procedures such as X-ray examinations, MRI, CT scan, and other imaging modalities. I know that you are very well known of this. Whether from clinical or academic backgrounds, we are in charge of providing healthcare to both our patients at the hospital where we work and the students in the academe. The radiology or the radiologic technologists are not alone in their works or our work. They collaborate with a group of experts or professionals referred to as the radiology team. So it's very important that we have other participants today because the work of radiologic technologists ay hindi lamang po sa atin. We have members in the radiology team. They are healthcare practitioners in the radiology department who were in charge of performing diagnostic and therapeutic procedures. So members of the radiology team, we have the doctors or the radiologists, the radiologic technologists, the nurses, and the medical physicists. They must work as a team, supporting and respecting one another with the ultimate objective of giving best possible care to the patient. In our profession, the radiology team delivers and provide long-term health care. So how is this radiology team engaged in sustainable health care? Sustainable health is a personal commitment to getting excellent health care in order to maintain and manage our health through proactive means. So to provide outstanding health care to our patients, we must first take care of ourselves by being active and healthy. So I believe and we believe that we could not give what we do not deserve or what we don't have. So I named the first topic, I'm okay, you're okay. First, I mentioned that we could not give what we don't have, and the radiologic technologies provides quality health care to our patients. Now, we have to identify what influences the quality of work or service provided by the radiologic technologists. There's a lot of factors that we can give, but I want to focus to RadTech burnout because I know anyone can connect to it. What is work-related burnout? It is defined as mental and physical exhaustion induced by long-term working stress. You may have an emotional breakdown as a result of your demanding task and stressful environment. A long-term mental disease may result in inadequate performance or negative repercussions. So if we are not healthy, the quality of services we provided to our patient will be affected. In fact, the COVID-19 pandemic worsened and intensified common job burnout. So some aggravating factors are an increase in the volume of patients, understaffing caused by infected staff, a malfunctioning X-ray machine due to overloading, stress caused by fear of bringing COVID at home, job loss by family members, and the worst of all, the loss of family members due to COVID-19. So as I am discussing it, I want you to ask yourself whether you are on the verge of burnout today, or you are actually experiencing this burnout, or you are lucky enough to be completely rid of it. So we have the symptoms of burnout. One is you stop making attempts at work, meaning you are no longer motivated to do your work, or no longer interested to report for your job or work. You're no longer passionate about work. Work that used to thrill you now appears monotonous. If you used to look forward to new experiences and learning, you may suddenly feel that it is no longer a challenge. Number 3, your performance is declining. You are no longer concerned about low performance. So if before you are after for an excellent performance, this time having a low performance is no longer a big deal for you. Next, you are completely tired. You are exhausted. If we heard parang sakal na sakal ka sa trabaho mo, and you hate to see people around you, probably you are experiencing work burnout. And you begin to experience physical ailments. Dati di ka naman sakitin. Ngayon, lagi nang masakit ang ulo mo. That because of stress brought about by your job or work. When you experience any of this, take a minute to assess whether the current situation has already had an influence on the level of care we produce to our patients. Are we providing sustainable healthcare delivery in the course of our job? It is all up to us whether we give up or recover from our burnout. Failing to address this issue will have an influence on our work performance. So what will be the next? Ask yourself, am I experiencing work burnout? First is to identify if you are experiencing work burnout. And if you said yes, these are the ways on how to get over work burnout and reclaim your life. Number 1 is determine your choices. After you identified burnout symptoms, look for someone who can help and advise you. So remember that there will still nice individuals prepared to help you. Hindi naman lahat ng nasa trabaho ay toxic people. So find someone who will listen to you without ifs and buts. 2, don't be afraid to ask help. You must surround yourself with individuals who have loving hearts and will physically, psychologically, or emotionally assist you in times of struggle. In short, you have your support system. At this time, the support of your family, trusted friends are very important. Those people who will not impose anything, who will not judge you, but offer you solutions and options. Number 3, investigate relaxing activities. In other words, it's a me time. Minsan nakalimutan na natin na tao rin tayo. We need to have a me time. Iwan muna natin ang trabaho and experience the other side of life. Baka kailan ka ba huling nagpa-parlor for the ladies? And for the boys, kailan ka ba huling nag-workout? Focus on yourself so that this will lead you to a fresh start the next day. Number 4, sleep on it. Adequate sleep helps to relieve stress and restore joy in your life. Who among us ay mayroong nakakatulog ng 6 to 8 hours? Sometimes, minsan pag narinig natin sa mga RT professionals, all they wanted is to have straight hours of sleep. Next is take a vacation. If taking brief breaks at work isn't working, it's time to take a break and unwind. We must occasionally alter atmosphere. So we are working in order to earn a living, then get a portion of that earning to spend quality time with your family. Minsan ayaw nating gumastos, but nobody will give that to us for free. Subukan natin na magkaroon ng quality time with our family. Next is changing duties. It may not be an easy option, but you think that the environment is stressful. Probably you can ask, dun ka muna if there is opening in the CT scan. If you are in the conventional x-ray, dun ka muna sa CT or sa MRI to have different group of people, to have a different routine. Probably that will give you or relieve you from stress. And the worst thing is leave your work. Sana pag dumating ito, we have the backup job. Because one problem cannot be solved by another problem. So, kailangan ay ready tayo because losing a job, or if we resign and we don't have another job, then it will create another problem. So, you try to look at this. This is Republic Act number 11036, the Mental Health Act. It is an act establishing national mental health policy for the purpose of enhancing, I cannot read it. Natatakpan ng ano. So by the way, this act or this Republic Act indicates that all people's mental health is safeguarded as it impacts everyone's quality of life and work. Additionally, if individuals' mental health is addressed, sustainable healthcare delivery will be strengthened and maintained to the greatest extent. Next is we try to reach out. It is time for us to reach out, to find time to help others and engage in the healing process, which will lead to the long-term delivery of excellent medical services. My second topic is, who were counted? Kayo ba ay nakasama na sa bilang? Tayo ba ay nakasama na sa bilang? And of course, yes, because we are all working now. Try to look at this. As of September 30, 2022, the Philippines has a shortage of 194,114 healthcare workers for public and private hospitals, and the breakdown as follows. By the way, in this topic, I would like to emphasize here the current demand for radiologic technologists. Are we producing enough RT to meet the needs of the local market? I use the word local because it is now accepted. It is global and local. Here is the breakdown of the shortages in the different discipline. I will not mention and focus on other professions, but I would like to focus on the radiologic technology profession, wherein we have 5,502 X-ray radiologic technologists. The source of this is DOLE. Now, we all know that we have shortage, and we all know that the Philippines is also among those countries who supplied RT professionals in the global market. How are we going to analyze the problem? Looking at the population needs, we have to weigh down the supply and demand. Are we producing enough number of RT professionals to supply the labor sector? And if we will look at the supply side, we have the CHED, and these are the higher education institutions offering ART and BSRT course. And of course, under this also is the PRC, giving credit to Honorable Engineer Bayani San Juan. He called the PRC as gatekeeper. Why gatekeeper? Because not all who graduated take the licensure examinations, and not all those who get the licensure examination passed the board exam. And on the labor sector, we have the national, the regional, the provincial, municipal hospitals. Next is, I mentioned about the supply. The supply side. My apology, I cannot view because may naka-tabbing. How can I remove this? My apology. So considering, thank you very much. I mentioned about the supply side, and I am referring to higher education institutions. So this data is as of academic year 2021, and now is 2023. Probably there might be additional number of schools. So as of academic year 2021, we have 159 schools offering radiologic technology. Out of the 159, we have 115 offering BSRT and 44 XT. Now, with that 159 schools, there were total number of enrollees, 11,741. And out of that 11,741, 1,874 graduated. And considering PRC as one of the responsible in the supply side, referred to as the gatekeeper, the licensure examination given last December of 2021, out of the 2,177 RTs, only 786 passed. And out of the 155 XT, only 44 XT passed. And just recently, the last board examination, last year, December 21, 2022, out of the 3,759 RTs, only 1,515 RT passed, and out of the 263 XT, only 49 XT passed. So how are we going to analyze this? What are the strategy or the action done in order to address this issue? There are some observable strategies and action done by the Board of Radiologic Technology. One is the coming board examination, this June 6 and 7. it was in response to the request of the organization related to the profession, probably in order to produce additional artists or RT professionals to meet the demand in the health sector. Other is we all in the academe. I know we have participants in the academe, and we are aware that the Board of Radiologic Technology continuously visiting higher education institutions offering radiologic technology courses. They are checking if they meet the minimum requirements, if the deans and the faculty are qualified to teach the course, and also if they have this laboratory equipment to offer these courses. And what might be the possible objective of that? Probably in order to improve the quality of graduates. And by improving the quality of graduates, it might increase the percentage of passing in the licensure examination. The problem of shortage of RT professionals must be given attention, as this will have an impact on the future healthcare delivery. Less staffing strains the whole radiology team, hospital flow, and patient care. Exam backlogs can cause patients to wait longer, and delayed patient exam findings can have an influence on operations in other hospital departments as well as patient care. The shortage of RT specialists would aggravate the issue of professional services or services deployment and maldistribution in other regions of the nation. Topic number 3 is time to level up. Now, in this topic, I would like to stress out the current progression of the RT professionals. This applies not just to radiologic technology profession, but also to other professionals who are part of this activity. Let's try to look at this. This is the career progression of RT professional. The first 4 steps are common to all courses. Of course, we have to start with the elementary, the secondary, the junior high, and it was followed by senior high because we are under the K+12 curriculum. After that, we took the Bachelor of Science in Radiologic Technology, and after passing the board exam, we can land for a job. And as specified at the CMO number 7 series of 2018, we could venture as radiologic technologist, administrator, educator, researcher, and entrepreneur. After our college diploma, we could have our masteral degree, and later on, kung kaya pa, have the doctorate degree. Now, why I am discussing career progression? Because according to PRC Commission Resolution number 1418 series of 2021, this is a resolution amending pertinent provisions of resolution number 1262 series of 2020, or the creation of the career progression and specialization program and credit accumulation and transfer system, or the CPSP CATS committee for each of the regulated profession. So this is the structural framework of the career progression, giving credit to Honorable Gisette Cañales, who is the chairman of the committee. So from the Professional Regulatory Commission, it will goes down to the Board of Radiologic Technology. And from the Board of Radiologic Technology, they created a committee known as CPSP CATS Committee. And the focal person of that committee is Honorable Gisette Cañales. For the initial initiative, they have consultation with the stakeholders, especially societies and organizations group, and later consultation with the stakeholders, government, private entities. This initial initiative was already done. They did it last part convention in Baguio and during the NatCon offered by the PSGRT and SPERT group. So giving a very short CPSP overview, giving credit again to Honorable Gisette Cañales, I ask her approval to use this slide. She differentiate career progression to specialization, wherein career progression refers to the process of developing or moving toward a more advanced state in a person's qualification, job, title, position, or profession. It outlines the route that one may follow in order to reach an identified career development goals. While specialization refers to the field of practice of a profession for a particular area of knowledge or the process of becoming an expert in a particular field of professional practice. So it was anchored under the CPD law of 2016, under Article 2, Section 12, entitled Strengthening CPD Programs, and under Article 2, Section 4 of CPD law, enhance and upgrade the competencies and qualifications of professionals for the practice of their professions pursuant to PQF, AQRF, and ASEAN MRAS. I will not present to you the professional quality framework because of time constraint, but I would like to emphasize on these three levels, the level 6, 7, and 8. When we finish our college degree, we are on our level 6, and if we are practicing the professions, we have to pass the licensure examination. In the academic, you need 2, because that is one of the minimum requirements to finish master's degree, and then you will level up to level 7. Having your doctorate degree will level up you to level 8. If you are in the profession to reach level 7, there is now MSRT that is now offered by some identified schools, and with the CPSP CATS, there is a way now to level up to level 7 by passing the exam, and another exam that will lead you to level 8, expertise on a particular modality. According to Honorable Gisette Cañales, again giving credit to her, this will be the new look of the professional license, like in medicine, wherein the name is written, the profession, the qualification, meaning you are proficient in one imaging modality, the PQF level and the AQRF level. So this is the CPSP CATS committee headed by Honorable Gisette Cañales, with the alternate chairperson, Honorable Reynaldo Apolonio Tesado, with its members, Dr. Edson Espina, Ms. Pichi Luna, Mr. Darwin Angkahan, and Mr. Richard S. Lirio. So, giving credit again to Honorable Gisette Cañales and Mr. Darwin Angkahan, here is the updates from the committee. They are already on phase 4, already submitted and waiting for the approval of the drafted level alignment matrix level 7 for 3 specializations. So they prioritize CT, MRI, and ultrasound. The committee noted that after the first 3 imaging modalities are approved, the rest of the imaging modalities would follow. This advancement will enhance sustainable healthcare delivery since our radiologic technologies will have a specialty in several areas, which will be fostered and reflected in the professional quality framework. So these are the photos highlighting the busy hours of the group while crafting the details of the committee. Let's move now to the last topic, and this is academia in action. In this topic, I'd want to highlight the importance of the higher education institution in sustaining the delivery of high-quality healthcare to the community. So, in the academe, what is sustainability in the school? Sustainability education is future-focused, concentrating on environmental protection and the creation of a more socially equitable society via educated action. The discussion will not be complete if I will not mention the pandemic COVID-19. We all know that the COVID-19 pandemic brought about drastic changes in the delivery of teaching and learning. Even the platform was changed. The epidemic of COVID-19 brought about significant changes in the community's healthcare service. It was compounded with people with a very little or no awareness about primary health care. So, ano kaya ang kinalaman ng COVID-19? Probably because of that COVID-19, the experience we had during the pandemic, yung kakulangan ng mga frontliners, probably that is one of the reasons why we have this JMO. And what is this JMO number 2021-001? It is guidelines for the reorientation of health professions, education curricula, and training programs to primary health care. It was approved last June 30, 2021, known as Joint Administrative Order, JAO, number 2021-0001, known as the Guidelines for the Reorientation of Health Professions, Education Curricula, and Training Programs to Primary Health Care. It was signed and approved for implementation by the Secretary of Health, Francisco Duque, the Chairperson of PRC, Chopilo Pilando Jr., and the Chairperson of CHED, Prospero E. De Vera. And together during the meeting, we have the Board of Radiologic Technology, the PART, President and representatives, the members of the PSGRT, and representatives from the FOD faculty. As I have mentioned, this joint administrative order involved 3 groups. We have the CHED. So the CHED was tasked to include selected and identified topics in primary health care in the curriculum. Not only the inclusion of additional topics in primary health care, but also included as part in the clinical education. There were added units wherein the interns will have to report or have duty in the community rural health centers with an equivalent number of hours included in the 2,112 hours. How about the PRC? They were tasked to include primary health care in the new table of specifications and include primary health care in the board or licensure examination, while the DOH was tasked to give training to the faculty who will teach identified topics in primary health care. So these are the important details of the JAO, that is reorientation of health professions, education, and health worker curricula to primary health care, including identification and inclusion of appropriate learning outcome shall commence in the academic year 21 to 22, subject to the respective mandates, rules, and regulations of the CHED, PRC, and DOH. And then implementation of the modified student internship program shall commence in the academic year 2022 to 2023, and the modified primary health care licensure examination shall commence upon the graduation of the 2021-2022 batch under the primary healthcare oriented curricula. And it's still the DOH to give training and modules to faculty who will teach these primary healthcare topics. There were several meetings and workshops related to this JAO. First, it was done at the CHED last June 20 with the Board of Radiologic Technology, the technical panel, the committee of CPSP CATS, the president of PART, and the officers from PADPO Corte. It was followed by another workshop on primary health care in RT curricula. And this time, this is online with a representative from the DOH. Additional topics were included, same with identifying the number of hours that will be included in clinical education. And the last one is just recently, the final consultation regarding the JAO. It was done face-to-face at CHED Central Office. Participants were Honorable Chairman Reynaldo Apolonio Tesado, Dr. Edson Espina, President Rolando Bañares for PART, and the PADPO Corte officers. So here are some of the screenshots of those activities. And giving again credit to Honorable Reynaldo Apolonio Tesado, asking him his approval if I could give this update. And he said yes. The final draft included the alignment of BSRT program with primary care competencies, the BSRT curriculum with primary care, reorientation of the radiologic technology curriculum to primary health care, partnership for internship in primary care, and faculty training and capacity building program. So, what is the main objective of the Joint Administrative Order to 2021-001 that is, according to the DOH, to help students become primary healthcare ready after the graduation, so that when they are primary health care ready, they could provide basic primary health care to their family as well as the community when needed. A very important reminder is we are just now waiting for the memo from CHED with the inclusion of Joint Administrative Order number 2021-001 in the radiologic technology curriculum and other discipline. That includes other professions. And when somebody asks, what lies ahead? Or where do we see the radiologic technology profession in the next 5 years or more? We can smartly answer a sustainable radiologic technologist committed to providing quality health care to the community, which would be possible through collaboration work as a team member, and enough time to prepare. There is a need for us. We need to plan the roadmap to keep us on the road so that we do not get lost en route to where we want to go. Together, we can make the future through striving for sustainable communities through health promoting technologies and ideas. Let me end up by presentation by giving you words from Kapil Tetarwal. And he said, the choices we make today create the future that we are dreaming of. Thank you very much, and let's all have sustainable life from now on. I hope you learned something with my presentation, and thank you to Doc Rufo for inviting us and being part of this activity. Good luck, everyone, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Stira, for that very productive and fruitful discussion and lecture. So, as mentioned by Dr. Stira, in order for us to sustain healthcare in the field of radiologic technology, first and foremost, no, she focuses that on the healthcare of the RadTech themselves. So there must be physically and mentally health in order to avoid work burnout. And number two, it's of course yung the problem in the demand and supply. Of course, the demand is there. There's a lot of procedures. We have a lot of machines in the radiology, but the problem is the supply chain, which is the shortage in radiologic technologies. As mentioned by her, the DOLE or the DOLE, they said that more than 5,000 RadTechs are lacking in the Philippines. So we have to address on that particular shortages. And of course, in the curriculum, so we have to address the sustainability in healthcare by collaboration with the CHED, PRC, and of course, the Department of Health. Again, thank you, Ma'am Stira, for that lecture. Thank you. So I hope to see you again later po, ma'am, sa question and answer and the
Sure.
awarding of certificates later po, after the third speaker. Thank you very
Sure.
much, ma'am. Now, let's move on with our last but not the least of our guest speaker to be introduced again by our Dean, Dr. Rufo Agarao. Dean. Dean. Are you there?
Yes, good
Ah,
morning.
yes.
Again, good morning, everyone. Dr. Stira, thank you so much. Mr. Marvan, nandiyan pa rin. Salamat po. And last speaker, no, to the Committee of Trinity Research and Idea International Congress or Triicon. Our guest speaker, professional radiologic technologies, other medical professional or professionals, students, good morning. It is with great privilege to introduce our guest speaker who really stood out in the field of radiologic technology with remarkable achievements that would truly inspire our RadTech colleagues today to continue their career in excellence. Our guest speaker is a Filipino-British radiographer who completed his degree in Bachelor of Science in Radiologic Technology at the Family Clinic Colleges and was the only Familian pilot intern during his time under the Radiation Health Services Program of the Department of Health in the Philippines. He started working as a full-time CT MRI technologist at Makati Medical Center at Cardinal Santos Medical Center, while also working as a part-time instructor. Eventually, he went abroad to serve as CT MRI technologist at Saudi Arabia, Singapore, and United Kingdom. He studied first-line management at the Institute of Leadership at the University of Hospital Chichester in the UK. He organized training programs, lectures, and seminars for the Filipino radiographers in the UK, where he nominated as the UK Radiographers of the Year in 2005. Back here in the Philippines, he received an Outstanding Alumni Award and Most Outstanding Radiologic Technology Familian in the year 2020. He received the PRC Outstanding Professional in the field of Radiologic Technology. Presently, he is the freelancer MRI radiographers in the UK and Medical Advisory Board of the Philippines Business Enterprise Europe under the Change to SEEDS program. Without further ado, to deliver the lecture about sustainability of the radiologic technologies community, please join me in welcoming Mr. Joel Kasayuran. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rufo Agarao, for that warm welcome and kind words. And also thank you very much, Sir Marvin Mercader, for inviting me to this, to the Trinity University of Asia, the 60th foundation year anniversary. And I'm really excited. I'm really glad to be here. And yeah, to be part of this Trinity Research and Idea International Congress. So we've been like watched by a lot of people right now, and I can't wait to share to you my ideas. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great privilege, and I would like to welcome everyone. So I was actually admitting some people here because I'm now the host. So thank you very much. Keep coming in. Yes. So the topic that I'm gonna be sharing to you today is the sustainable healthcare in the community in the field of radiologic technology. Sustainability requires consistency and resources, and of course, the demand. In my speech today, I am going to share to you. This is actually divided into two parts. The first part would be, I will be sharing to you on how do we attract students or new qualified or new graduate of secondary school in order to take up radiologic technology. Yeah, so that's the first one. And the second one would be on how we could attract or keep, retain the professional radiologic technologists. So those are the two parts. I'm going to make it simple, and I'm going to make it concise to everyone, and it will be a practical one for you that I'm going to share to you today. Before I proceed with the first part of this discussion, I just want to go back to the basics. Yeah. Sometimes we do plan or create things, but we kind of actually forget the basics. To be able to effectively share this to you, I think what I've done is to actually wait and see the foundation. Since we are, we are talking about, we are celebrating the 68th foundation anniversary. So I went to see the foundation. And what is this foundation? This is the mission and the vision of the Trinity University of Asia. So this is the basics, the foundation. So what is the mission of the Trinity University of Asia? It says that the mission of the Trinity University of Asia is to promote a quality Christian education to the Filipino youth and their international brothers and sisters. Okay, so the first one is to actually promote quality education. Yeah, to promote quality education. The second one is the vision. The vision, a premier Christian university in Asia and the Pacific, transforming a community of learners as leaders towards a humane society. I'm just gonna show you the slides now. Yeah, so we know the basics. So to promote quality education, which we have actually achieved, because before the Trinity University of Asia became university, it was Trinity College of Quezon City, if I can remember. And since we became an international or for Asia, Trinity University of Asia, we reached that international level. Yeah. And of course our vision. So this is what we're going to have as a basis on how we could become a transformative leaders. Yeah. So when we have this vision, it says to promote quality Christian education. I mean, a Christian University of Asia transforming a community of learners. So this will be a transformative leaders through the community, society. Okay, so just like, for instance, in a business or sales, we want it to be a transformational, not a transactional. Because when we say transactional, that means we're only based on numbers, we're only based in quantity. Sometimes we forget about the quality of what we are doing. Yeah. So we want to be a transformational, not a transactional. Okay. Right. So let me start now sharing you what I've got here. Right. Can everybody see my slides? Yeah. Sir Mercader, is that okay?
Yes po, sir. I can
Yes
see your
po,
slide.
yes po.
Yes po. Said that.
Okay. So, what and who do we need in order to have a sustainable healthcare in the community? Okay, in the field of radiologic technology. Of course, there are people involved with this. There are lots of things that we do need in order to become sustainable in the healthcare community, in order to become successful on what we would like to achieve. So it's not just a one-man show. It's going to be a lot of pair of hands, a lot of heads, a lot of ideas, a lot of suggestions. Yeah, and then when we come up with something, then if everyone is happy, if that would be useful, then why not? Okay, so I'm going to show you first the things that we need in order to become sustainable. So the first would be so this is what I was sharing to you earlier on before I actually start. So it consists of two parts. So how do we attract the fresh graduates from secondary school to study RadTech? And secondly, how do we attract or keep and retain employees or the professional RadTechs? So let's go first to those people who are actually about to come in. Okay, so we need highly, oh, hang on a minute. Just bear with me a minute. I'm just trying to locate the first slide, which I think it actually went into a different order. So first of all, I want to share to you about the highly skilled radiologic technologies that we need. Yeah. So let's start here. Highly skilled radiologic technology. That's what we need in order to have a sustainable healthcare in the community. So these are the graduates. I mean the professional. The service can only be rendered if there is a specialized professionals in the community. Yeah. So there might be an insufficient numbers of radiologic technologists professional in this region. If this is the case, they might do something to attract applicants to take radiologic technology jobs in that community. For instance, by adding perks or by adding, incentives, that in order to attract them. Yeah, it's up to them what can they afford. Let's say, for instance, the hospital or whether it's private, well, mostly private, I would say, be able to afford, or if it is a government, yeah, it depends on who are the local leaders on that region or in that area. Then it will be entirely up to them. But I would say that in order to attract more applicants in a certain community to work there, there must be, or there would be something to or have a good reason for them to choose the job that they were going to take on that particular area. Okay, so that will be by adding perks to the job offer, right? So identifying the numbers of practicing radiologic technology in the area or region will help on how to strategize the recruitment. Okay, so in relation to what I have just shared to you, the second one here is called retention of staff. Yeah, so in order to have a sustainable healthcare community, of course, we need to have the radiologic technology, the staff. Without the staff, we cannot run the service. Without radiologic technology, we cannot run the X-ray department, the MRI department, the CT scan department, the interventional procedure. No one would operate. Okay, so we need the highly skilled radiologic technologists. Yeah. Second one is retention of staff. To keep the number of good staffing level in the radiology department, the community hospital must be able to do something in order to keep these highly skilled radiographers staying, right? So this would be a remuneration package. Yeah, I think I think when we talk about remuneration package, salary, or perks or incentives, I think this is very interesting to most of you. For me, it is, yeah. So we're talking about here the money, and not only the money, the um, uh, the perks, the incentives. So it's kind of interesting, isn't it? Right. So this would be obviously the new remuneration package in their employment contracts. Yeah. So like the following, it need to have a good, not just a basic salary, but a good basic salary. Yeah. So some in some areas, I'm not sure here in the Philippines, but in other parts of the world, let's say in the UK or in some parts of Asia or in the Middle East, they are actually offering a free accommodation. If not for the whole term of their employment, it could be free accommodation for 3 months. Yeah, imagine in our country here in the Philippines, hospitals, employers are are offering that kind of incentives. When you are new, then you get the free free 3 months accommodation. That would be brilliant, isn't it? If you are an applicant, let's say for instance you are coming from the province and you would like to work in Manila like that, then because you don't have relatives or family in Manila, then that would be helpful, isn't it, for your first, second, and third month, and before you can actually find your own accommodation. So that would be brilliant, isn't it? Yeah. So salary increase as well. Salary increase. Yeah. That would be a great thing. Yeah. After a year of employment, there's normally a review of your performance. Yeah. Performance review, your employment review for the whole year. Yeah. Your supervisor would actually have a seat with you and discuss your strength, your shall we say weaknesses, like that. If they have identified something like that, then it will be highlighted to you whether it's good or bad. Yeah. But at the end of the day, after a very good performance during the whole year, a salary increase would be good. Yeah. The benefits, we do have the SSS in our employment. Yeah. So that's good. Training and development. Okay. So we have training and development. We have career advancement. So if let's say you are a regular staff, whether in a private hospital here in the Philippines or a government hospital, then it would be good if they are going to be supportive in our career. Like for instance, you would like to take a course. I believe a lot of these institutions are supportive with this, but it would be good if this is applied by norm or very common in every institution, that they will be supportive on our endeavor for advancement. Yeah, for advancement of our profession. Let's say, for instance, you are an employee and you would like to attend a course, like let's say, for instance, a radiation protection course, or you are a radiographer, but you would like to learn on how to become a sonographer. Then to become a sonographer, you have to attend another course to complete that sort of series. Then it would be good if you get a support in order to achieve what you want to achieve. But of course, when you've done that one, it would be good for you to like serve in that hospital, not just to learn and then leave the department or leave your workplace or go abroad or elsewhere. So sayang naman, napag-aral tayo pero nawala tayo, di ba? Sa ibang lugar natin nagamit. It would be good for you to actually stay, yeah, to stay. That's why we're talking about here retention. That's the reason why they're offering this. So if we could, you know, stay, then they can sustain the service of radiological radiologic technology in the community. Okay. So they would think that even if they don't get an amount of salary like those RadTech working abroad, because obviously, if we compare our work here in the Philippines and if we are working abroad, obviously there will be a big difference when it comes to the salary package. But if we have those perks, if we have those incentives, and you know, as long as we are happy on what we are doing in our department, in our work here, in our own country, then there would be a big chance for a lot of radiologic technologies to stay. We don't have to like go anywhere else in the world. Okay? Yun lang naman ang ano eh. Yun lang naman ang reason why a lot of us are going abroad, because obviously the salary. But if there is a change, if there is someone who could actually do something about it and try to keep our workforce in the field of radiologic technologies, to keep these allied healthcare professionals in our country, then I think that would be great. Yeah. So we will be able to continuously sustain the provision of radiologic technology service. The third thing would be, just grab it. Right, the demand, yeah. So the demand, there must be a need of service in the community population. For this will maximize the use of our facilities we have in the local community. Okay? Because otherwise, yung isang area, binilan natin ng mga equipments, pero yung demand doon hindi naman siya masyadong nagagamit. So, hindi siya masyadong hindi worth it, 'di ba? Dahil hindi sapat yung demand. So there must be a very good ratio for that, for the demands. Yes. So the next one after that would be the program. So there must be a recruitment drive or a program to help maintain a good staffing level. All right. Staffing level of radiologic technologies, our profession in the community. Okay, so there must be a good recruitment procedure being implemented by the hospital. Let's say, for instance, the human resource program, the recruitment program, the departmental program, the manager. They should have a recruitment drive to be able to always keep a good numbers or staffing level of the radiologic technology in the area, so that they would be able to deliver or be able to sustain the workforce in the area. Okay. The next would be which is one of the most important thing, is the funding. Right. So all this will only be possible if we have the financial budget to cover the cost and purchase the equipments like the mobile X-rays, the portable X-rays, or the static imaging equipment. So we need to have funding, because otherwise, even if how good our our program, even if how good is our plan, that we have this and that, how great is our policy, then it's not gonna be it's not gonna materialize if there is no financial support. So there must be a good funding for this. If it is a government hospital, from the government. If it is a private hospital, of course, uh, uh, from the corporation or from the management of the hospital. Okay, so that is really, really important. The next would be there would be a core team. Yeah, so that's one of the best team that we have in order to mobilize this sustainability. There must be a core team. We could have a core team who will deal with the rights, the legal matters, and the work issues of radiologic technologists. Yeah, so this will include issues in their employment contract. We will include the malpractice. Should there be an indemnity insurance? They should have that insurance. Cooperative and consultation. Okay, so all those things, the core team must be the one looking after the radiologic technology. So it will be good if we can have that sort of core team to empower, to protect the rights of our radiological community. Yeah. In other places, they have the society. I know in our country we have so many society of radiographers. We have the Philippine Association of Radiologic Technologists, the PART, and then other associations for the government, the PSGRT, and a lot of other association, which is good because the purpose or the objectives of those organizations are actually very beneficial to every radiologic technologist. But if we have someone, a core team, who will focus on dealing with the rights, the legal matters, the work issues, of our kabaro, ating mga radiologic technologists, especially in their employment contracts, it will be very, very good. Yeah, so that would be very supportive. Another thing would be, this is very interesting because it's kind of it looks very different to the others. As you can see, there's my number 7 is emergency response team. Okay, so this is something maybe new, if not new to others, maybe to some are new, but I call it emergency response team. Similar to the Philippine National Red Cross, but shall be working in collaboration with these groups, the Red Cross. It would be good that if we have an emergency response team, for any disasters or any natural calamity, catastrophe, or this is very common and very timely, the pandemic. So it would be good if there is a reserve emergency response team. Okay, kung meron tayong Red Cross para sa emergency, good. Pero sa ating profession, it would be good to have an emergency response team. Right, so how this would be possible? So emergency response team shall be in the radiologic technology reserve team, either static for this or a mobile scanner or X-ray will do. These facilities will be dedicated to this type of work, but the facilities can be used if there are overflow or excessive numbers of patients for a scan, okay, or x-ray. We can get radiologic technologists to sign up for volunteers. Yeah. So in order to have a pool of volunteers who will participate in this emergency response team, then we would have these volunteers coming from different organizations. Like if you are an employee in the government hospital, or if you are employee of a private hospital, or if you are working abroad, if you are an OFW, even if you are retired radiologic technologist, you can participate, or a student radiologic technologist, yeah, so can volunteer as well. So in the event of any uncertainty or catastrophe, if we have this in place, yeah, we can be self-sustaining, because we are talking about sustainability here. So in case of pandemic, in case of natural catastrophe and all that, sustainability will be shaken. Okay, this will be affected humongously by what is going on that particular moment. Okay, so if we have something like this in place, then it would be a very good backup to the eventualities. Yeah. For any catastrophe or pandemic like that. This will encourage people to volunteer. This will encourage a lot of people to help out in this drive, in this campaign. Okay, so that is for the emergency response team. So far so good. Hello. So far so good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Is my voice clear?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, just want to make sure everyone is connecting with me. Right. So the next would be, so as I've said, this is divided in two parts. So earlier on, we talked about how do we attract them, and then how do we keep and retain employees. Yeah, so we talk about those. So we'll go back to the promotion. Okay, so this we're gonna be talking about for this promotion for the newly graduates. Yeah, we discussed about earlier on for people who are already working, they're professionals. This time for the new people, for the newbies. Okay, so promotion attracting people to new graduates of secondary school to take up radiologic technology. The first one would be a good campaign. Okay, do we do campaign here in our universities or College of Radiologic Technology? Whereas, like say for instance, little things like stickers or posters in every, let's say for instance, in every patient's waiting area, especially in radiology waiting rooms, while our patients are waiting for their x-ray to be done or any procedure to be done, then if they are sitting there and have a look, if they haven't received any if they haven't experienced any x-ray procedure, then a lot of patients are actually wondering and worried about what's gonna happen. Yeah, unless the nurse or the doctor or any medical staff will actually explain to them the procedure very well, that would ease their worry and their you know, the nerves in order to undergo the procedure. So, you know, those campaign stickers or posters along the radiology department would help to actually for them to become aware of what's going to happen and what are the works of radiographers or radiologic technology. So who are these professionals? So at least we are being, you know, advertised already, because I'm not sure how people knew about our profession. Because when I was working in college, when a friend of mine asked me, what do you take up in college? Then I said, I'm taking up radiologic technology. And then they said, oh, what is radiologic technology? Are you actually fixing radio stuff? So, so I find it very, you know, I'm not sure whether it's a mixed emotion between being hilarious or an insult or whatever. But you know, if we encounter that kind of question, we have to educate them, tell them that, you know, it's not easy to become a radiology technology. You have to uh, study this in the university or college for 4 years. You have to work. You have to do a lot of exams, qualifying prelims, midterm, you know, finals, and licensure exam, revalidate the exam, all those sorts of things. You have to do your internship as if you're working without salary in the hospital. You do all the shifts. Yeah. So educating them is very important. What do we do in our field? Okay. So awareness. Okay. So awareness would be very helpful as well. We can promote awareness as well, of course, during the yearly celebration. Ano ba yung yearly celebration natin? During the November 8, isn't it? Yeah, meron tayong mga booth sa ating hospital, sa ating department. If we can have that one, then we can, you know, we can make awareness to people. What do we celebrate on the 8th of November? What is this all about? Then we talk about, you know, radiologic technology. Yeah. So education. And then thirdly, we have an open day in the universities or college. Let's say Trinity University of Asia. I don't know when do you do your open day. If we have an open day, but you know, universities and colleges offering radiologic technology course can have more open day in their respective campus, and to provide an option of coming to secondary schools to personally discuss the BSRT course. So in an open day, you know, people are coming in, the students, the secondary students coming in with their parents, with their relatives, you know, inquiring about the radiologic technology profession. So by this, we are boosting the awareness of people who would like to take up the radiologic technology course. I was once invited by Dr. Rupo Agarao in Trinity University of Asia, and then I was toured around the department, and in one of their room, it's like a conference room, it's like a theater-like hall, but it's a teaching hall. Yeah, there is a an X-ray machine there. Okay, he showed me the X-ray machine, and it was kind of interesting because this X-ray machine, you can move them around just like the normal, you know, X-ray machine. You can move it, and then you can turn on the collimator. Okay, but because it was in the room, then it is not plugged into any radiation source, of course, because there are people inside the room. So that's good. So people can have a practice. The student radiographers can have a practice for that particular machine. So that's really good. and we can have simulator phantoms, the mannequins in the X-ray imaging equipments, movable equipments, so that aspiring radiologic technology students can have a go, or could have a feel of moving machines. Yan ang importante, di ba? Position patients using mannequins, etc. Or even the live, person like their classmates. Yeah. Similar to the training that I did when I went there, when I saw all this equipment. So that's really good. I believe that is being done in other colleges or universities. If not, then that would be a good thing to do. Right. The fourth one would be good to have a scholarship grant. The university or college of radiologic technology can offer at least scholarship grants for deserving scholar candidates. Yeah. And again, the Trinity University of Asia, I believe, is doing this. They're offering a scholarship grant to the best, I think, 2 best radiologic technology students, which is good because in this case, the Trinity University of Asia is actually supporting the drive to sustain the radiologic technology in the community, which they are already doing. Okay, right. Another thing would be student loan. Maganda, no? Study now, radiologic technology, and pay later. That would be brilliant. When they are already employed, yeah. If there's something like this being offered in our community, in our local community, or in our government, that would be good. If universities and colleges can afford this, yeah, this will attract more enrollees to participate in the program of radiologic technology. Those who cannot afford to pay tuition fees but would really want to study radiologic technology can have the option of pursuing their dreams, their studies, and pay them back once they're already employed as radiologic technology. There will only be a very minimum interest for this, student loan. Maganda ito dahil kung yung estudyante is, alam mo na, he or she really wanted to study radiologic technology, but they don't have the capacity to pay their tuition fee. The parents or the relatives won't have the capacity to pay the tuition fees. Then a student loan will be very, very helpful, yeah. Which they can pay the school or the university in the future when this person has already completed the degree and he or she is already working, whether it's in private hospital, government hospital, then he or she can pay them back, right? Social media, right? That's number 6. The organization for RadTech or the board can create a video campaign. Yeah, it will be like radiologic technology course, job awareness, whether it's animated or normal video, that we can share them to all social media platforms and ask people to like and subscribe and becomes a viral. Yeah. So nowadays it's all about gadget. It's all about this different social media platforms. We have the Facebook, we have Twitter, we have Instagram, we have TikTok. So if someone can do officially, yeah, like with the approval from the board or the society, we can have a very good a very professional video campaign about radiologic technology, that would be brilliant, isn't it? So it doesn't highlight a particular, university or what. So it will be some kind of a generic sort of advert, okay? So that people would become more aware of what we are doing and how good is our job, how interesting, how broad is our job. Okay, so social media. Number 7, and I think I'm nearly done. So number 7 would be work experience. Does anyone heard about work experience before? Work experience. So I know we have experience working as radiologic technologists, yeah. But when we say work experience, these are the people, the newbies. They could be in, they could still be in secondary school. So what happens in work experience in every hospital or imaging center? There must be an opportunity for an aspiring rad tech, or student to have a day visit in the imaging department. The work experience will have the chance to see the workflow and on how the day starts at the imaging center or radiology department. Yeah, the work experience will be able to observe how the X-ray procedures and scanning are being performed in the hospital or the department, how to prepare a patient or ask the patient to complete the interview safety questionnaire, how we can operate the machines. Well, not for them to actually operate, but to see how we operate machines. Yeah, how safety is how safety is implemented for each procedure, how we deal and assist the patient, how we apply communication and organizing work in the department. Okay, so those are the things that this work experience can benefit from visiting a hospital, right? So there must be a liaison officer or a coordinator, shall I say a coordinator, to be able to accept and book these people who would like to visit the department. Yeah, so it would be good during the day because there would be cases, there would be special procedures, there will be a list of patients booked for them to see. Okay, so that would give them a the actual what do you call this? The actual scenario or the actual work of a radiologic technology in the department for them to see, right? And this will be very, very beneficial for them, right? So I think I've done those. Let me just see what else I need to share to you. So I think I've done that one. So I've done this outsourcing. So educational fund for less fortunate. This is similar to what I have shared to you earlier on about the student loan. But the only difference is that for the educational fund, with the help of private businesses or corporate owners, is more small or large enterprise, professionals in the fields or OFW or any government grant added together, like all this donation will be welcome to build a non-government organization manage a school of radiology technology, either free tuition fee or hugely subsidized. The School of Radiologic Technology shall support the BSRT degree of the student until training is completed. Yan. So ayan naman, iba naman to from the student loan. Yung student loan is utang. This one is like a educational fund. It's like a trust fund for the less fortunate but deserving incoming radiologic technologies. Yeah. Okay. So let me see if there's anything else. Oh yeah, this one, outsourcing. This is another thing that I would like to share to you. Outsourcing radiologic technologies, because this will empower our staffing and boost the staffing level. Outsourcing radiologic technologies, manpower agency for allied healthcare. So professionals like us, radiologic technologists. Yeah. So basically, this outsourcing radiologic technologies will support the manpower framework or the supply of radiologic technology in order to do their day-to-day operation. If let's say, for instance, a private hospital or a government hospital is actually missing some of their staff. Let's say some emergency happened, like 2 or 3 members of staff couldn't make it for the day, and there's only like 2 radiographers in the department during the day, and there will be like hundreds of patients waiting in the waiting area. How's that gonna happen? How are they going to accomplish the job? How many people, how many patients that they will be able to x-ray kung dalawa lang sila, and then hundreds yung patients waiting, diba? So the role of this outsourcing radiologic technologies is to provide a like an emergency support to this type of organization department who urgently needed the radiographers, yeah, to cover the sickness, to cover maternity, to cover holiday of their staff, yeah, so that they can still provide the the standard provision of their service. Okay, so but the radiographers that will be sent here will have a kind of different salary, like a lucrative salary. It could be double, or pinakamaganda yung triple, ganyan. So it depends kung ano ang the best para sa kanila at sa ma-afford ng hospital. Okay. So ito yung tinatawag nating agency workers, outsourcing radiologic technologies. Okay, referral scheme. When you are working in a hospital, then we are looking for a very, a very good a post. If no one is being promoted internally, then our next step is to advertise them externally. So there would be applicants from different places. But if we have a referral scheme, if you know someone who is actually very good in that particular skill that the hospital is looking for, then a referral scheme would be very, very good. Para bang bonus na ibinibigay doon sa refer na tao. Okay? One, if the recruitment is successful. Okay? And then the third would be this one. There should be a support from the governing regulatory agencies or commission. Kasi lahat ng ito, ng diniscuss ko, it will be, you know, it will just be an idea. It will just remain an idea. It will just remain a plan or a proposal if it is not being supported by, you know, a group of people. Okay, so some of these things we might already be doing them, but some of them are some of them are not, or none at all. But if we kind of try to consider this, and if this is what we think we need and applicable to us, to our society, to our community, then why not? Okay, so I think that's all for today from me. I hope you pick up something there and learn something. I would be very glad to answer any question later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir Sayuran, for that wonderful talk about sustainability in radiologic technologies community. We've learned a lot from your talk, and also your suggestions and recommendation coming from a well-experienced MRI radiographer from UK. So there's a very long experience in UK. So now let's proceed with our Q&A. So let me ask the three speakers, Ma'am Estira, Mr. Kasayuran, and Mr. Marba, to open their cameras, and also Dean Agaraw for the Q&A portion. I guess there are a lot of questions already in the website link. Wala dito sa chat box natin sa Zoom, but there are some questions in the website link. So let me start. I think this is addressed to everyone, I guess. So from Walter Madriaga, a sad fact is radiologic technology professionals are being exploited doing 3, 4, or 5 in one job functions that causes work burnouts, as I mentioned by Dr. Estira a while ago. What is the PRC, or what is your stand? I think the stand of our speaker regarding about this.
Anybody can answer. Anybody can give an idea, sir. Ma'am.
In-exploit daw yung mga RadTech for 3, 4, or 5 in one job. I think ito yung mga nagano sa X-ray, then CT scan, MRI, i-rotate siya. Pero supposed to be dapat meron sa CT scan, meron sa MRI, pero ito yung trabaho niya, 3 in 1. So what is your, that causes work burnout. That's why we cannot possibly sustain.
Can I start it?
Yes, Sir Kasuyuran.
Yes, there must be a very clear and concise employment contract when it comes to that matter. Yeah. So the responsibility should be clearly stated there on what radiologic technology is allowed to do. So this is a like an employment contract that they have signed. If they only been hired as as a plain film or like a general radiographer, X-ray radiographer who will only do like plain film, interventional or a special procedure, then that will be good. And also there must be a remember I shared to you about like a governing regulatory agencies or like a core team I shared about earlier. If there is a core team that will look after their rights, their welfare, then these issues can be discussed through that group of people. These issues can be addressed through that group of people. and that would be, you know, a good help to you know, to reassure this person who is suffering from this kind of, you know, treatment in the workplace. So yeah, I would say it needs to be it needs to be done that way. Well, there are also instances that right now we have a very good staffing level, so everything is okay. Then all of a sudden there is a massive absent, a massive numbers of people or staff who are actually absent on the particular day, so they can't really cope with the demand of the service. So that is different because hindi naman laging nangyayari yon. Pero kung lagi, if they do it in a regular basis, then ibang usapan yon, di ba? Ibang usapan yung ganun na ibig sabihin inaabuso na sila talaga, no? So ibang usapan yon, and that needs to be tackled properly para maiwasan yung mga ganung scenario.
Yes, sir. I think Dr. Estira, you may add if you want to add about that.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. When I heard the word exploited, I was surprised why you are being exploited. Related to the answer of Sir Joel, we are aware of our contract. So what is written in our contract? So if our contract is we are assigned only to one modality, then probably that is already, if you can say that is exploitation. But if you will going to further understand in one way, that will be good if you will be assigned to other modalities, because that will be another room for you to learn. I will share my experience when I am having my data gathering in my dissertation. When I visited hospitals, I asked them, ano ba yung kanilang setup? There are hospitals wherein the artists are assigned only in one modality. But there are some hospitals that they are really umiikot talaga sila in different modalities. So if they are moving around different modalities, if you are a beginner at tech, parang it's a great opportunity for you to learn other modalities. Now, just in case that you really feel that you are being exploited, one part of the discussion of Sir Joel that really strike my mind is that as long as you are enjoying your work, sometimes we do not we set aside the salary, and as far as we are enjoying our work, tina-charge natin sa experience. Now, if you feel that you are exploited, there are things and remedies that you need to do, and that is the importance of communication. You have to communicate kung ano yung problema mo and give the head of the radiology department to address that problem. If after addressing that problem and after discussing that problem to to the person in charge in the radiology department, and they did nothing, so it's up for you to decide. As what I have said in my discussion a while ago, if you already try different remedies in addressing that problem and you are not happy, nai-stress ka na, walang mangyayari sa iyo dyan. Baka magkasakit ka pa. Ang sweldo mo pupunta lang sa pagpapagamot mo. What is important in our job is not only salary, but the peace of mind and love to our new family. Kasi araw-araw, kasama natin sila 8 hours a day. Pag ikaw ay mai-stress, nothing will happen. So in every problem, communication is very important. You communicate your problem, raise your problem, and let them act on that. And after discussing it and they did nothing, and that's not part of your contract, then it's for you to say goodbye and try for a new. Yeah, that's all. Thank you. I hope I answer your question.
Thank you, Dr. Estira. I think that answers your question. kay ano yan, kay Sir Walter Madriaga. Now, this is addressed to Sir
Sir,
Marba.
Sir,
Yes, I think Dean Agara would add on that particular question. Yes, Dean.
Press Marvel one, no? To say something, Sir Marva. He's raising his hand.
He's raising. Sorry, sir.
Sir Marvin.
Yes, sir. You may
Thank
add.
you. Okay, thank you for recognition. Actually, I agree with Sir Joel and Ma'am Estira, no? Very important yung mga point na sinabi nila. Nasa contract 'yon, may job description. Kaya yung kung ano yung pinirmahan mo, yun yung scope ng trabaho mo. Tama 'yon. Tapos syempre open communication. If you think that it is beyond your responsibility, you should communicate. Tapos, kung titignan natin yung Code of Ethics natin, yung revised Code of Ethics dun sa Article 4, yung na fair and just compensation. Kasi yung article po na yon is actually responsibility natin bilang isang RadTech. Huwag tatanggap ng salary na mababa pa para sa isang RadTech. Kaya kung sa tingin mo na yung salary is not enough for you, ginagawa mo yon not only for you, kasi you're representing the RadTech community, no? Our profession. Kaya kung sa tingin mo na hindi yon ang fair compensation para sa isang RadTech, you should communicate. No? Kailangan mong erase yung question na yon not only for yourself but for our profession. Ayun lang po. Thank you po, Sir Martin.
Thank you, sir.
Sir,
Yes, Dean.
another idea, no, for the exploitation, no? As far as I know, the word exploitation, which is once you are already working in a clinic, all around ka doon, no? All around. So that will be your, what you call this, task once you apply in clinic. Simply because that will be even doing the ECG, ginagawa po yun eh. All around sila ron eh. But if you're working in a big hospital, hindi naman siguro exploited. Paano, how can you divide yung katawan mo pag yan nasa malaking hospital ka na? And now, once we already, every week, you have to go for another session or another modality, that is a good preparation for you to go abroad. Kasi yan ang ginagawa sa abroad eh. Pag ikaw nag-abroad, 1 week X-ray, 1 week CT, 1 week MRI, 1 week ultrasound if you are a lady, a female, mga ganyan po yan. So yung akin doon, palagay ko yung sinasabi exploit na yon, siguro, siguro nandun sa clinic po yon. So ano na po yon? What you call this? Matic na po yung pag once you already in a clinic, talagang all around yon. Thank you, sir.
Now, this question is addressed to Sir Marba from She Reyes. Good morning, Sir Abe. How can you encourage the future radiologic technologies to be vigilant in our environment? I think she was referring to students, no? How can you encourage the future RadTechs to be vigilant in our environment? Sir.
Thank you, Sir Marvin. Thank you for asking that question. We need to remember there is no planet B. Wala na tayong ibang option. The only planet we have is the one we have now. If we will not preserve it, walang ibang magpe-preserve para doon. No, we're living as a traveler not only for today. We need to preserve the planet for the next generation. And that is the reason ginagawa natin ito sa mga susunod pa nating mga generation. We minimize the footprint, yung carbon deposit that we can contribute para naman ang planet natin mag-survive naman ng mas matagal. Yun po yung ano. It is our moral responsibility to do our little way of contribution. Not only as a RadTech but also as an individual living in on.
Thank you, Sir
Thank
Marba.
you, sir.
The other speakers, if you may add po ba kayo? So kung wala, let's move on with our next question. I think this is addressed to everyone. So how can we link education in the academe and clinical practices for a sustainable healthcare in radiologic technology. How can we link education in the academe and clinical practices for sustainable healthcare in radiologic technology? Who will start po? Yes, Dr. Estira.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes po,
I
kasi
think
naano ko po yung education eh.
that was part of my presentation this morning. In my presentation, I mentioned the role of education in the sustainability of delivery of quality healthcare to community. Now, I have mentioned the JAO, the objective of the DOH to produce graduates that are primary healthcare ready, and they included it in the curriculum. That is the newest development in the RT curriculum. Soon, the memo will be released, and there were identified topics that will be included in the curriculum, not only in the curriculum itself, but also in clinical education, wherein the primary objective really is to produce graduates that are primary healthcare ready, that after the graduation, they were able to provide basic primary healthcare to their family and community as well. I guess I mentioned that the COVID-19 pandemic is one of the reasons why there is this JAO. That's all. Thank you.
Other speakers, if you want to add?
Yes,
Yes,
I will.
sir. Kasuyuran, sir. You're recognized.
Yes, yeah. For me, I would it would be good upon the entry of the new radiologic technology students in every university or colleges. I know they do screening, okay, screening or entrance examination. If they pass, then that's good. But it would be good to include this thing, include this question upon their entry in their, in the university, as one of the interview question, or part of the orientation. Their orientation. It would be they should have the heart for, for this kind of service, not just because they heard that when they graduate, they will have a good salary. They heard that, when they graduate, they can easily go abroad if they have enough experience. It's not all about those, but it's all about, serving the community. It's all about serving a patient. It's all about, looking after a patient who is a human being, not a robot, not a machine, not a thing, but a human being. So from there on, they would have an understanding of what they have, accepted on what they will be studying for. And also when they enter the, university and become graduates and already professional, the thing that I would ask is, a lot of us are already doing this, the CPD, the continuous education program, that, we always keep in mind that our education, our degree doesn't stop when you graduate. Yeah, we keep on learning even after we graduate. We keep on learning. We keep on acquiring new skills. We keep on learning new stuff by using new modalities, new procedure, new inventions, and stuff like that, new technology. That's why a continuous education, continuous training by attending seminars and self, learning would be great. That's all.
Thank you, sir, Joel. So I think we have a lot of questions here, but due to limited time, we only have one more question to entertain. So I think this is
Sir.
it. Yes, Dean.
Yeah, okay, another question. Can I?
Yes po, Dean. Yes po.
A question from Gerson M. Solatario. Good day. Is it possible to optimize the use of rare earth materials in the field of radiology, specifically in the nuclear medicine, in order to contribute in environmentally sustainable future? Anybody? Sino bang pwedeng mag-ano rito? No,
Very
sir.
specific yan. NUCMED.
Specific
Pakiulit
in
nga,
nuclear
sir.
medicine in order.
I refuse to answer that because I am not in the practice. Baka makapagbigay ako
Baka
ng sagot
makapagbigay ka ng ano lang.
na hindi tama.
Pasintabi ka na
Sorry
lang.
po.
Very
Opo,
special.
pasensya
Can you
na
answer?
po.
About the rare earth yan, sir.
Oh,
About
rare
Okay.
earth daw eh.
Yeah. Can I share a little bit regarding that
Go ahead,
question?
sir. Go ahead.
I don't do nuclear medicine, so I won't comment about nuclear medicine. Yeah. It's asking about rare earth. Well, the gadolinium, the gadolinium that we use in MRI is actually an example of a rare earth metal. Okay, rare earth metal. Gadolinium DTPA, they call it DTPA. DTPA stands for dioxide triamine pentaacetic acid. So that is an example of a rare earth metal that we already use. So it's just we have a variety of brand that we use. So depending on their concentration, so they differ on how quick an area of the body become enhanced. Some of them it takes a little while. Some of them it happens as you inject, then you image the patient, then the enhancement will be there. So yeah, that's only what I can share to you because I am in the field of MRI, not in nuclear medicine. Thank you.
So I think the question is that how would you optimize the use of rare earth so that it would not cause further destruction to the environment? The one that Mr. Marba discussed, yung about the environment. Possibly kasi the rare earth, no, somehow may contribute some a little destruction to our environment. Yes, sir, Marba.
Thank you, Sir Marvin.
Yes,
Thank you for repeating that question.
Yes.
Actually, yung papasok dyan yung justification yung optimization, tama si Sir Marvin. Ano naman yan risk versus benefits. Kung mataas yung benefit na nakukuha natin for that examination, kasi in nuclear medicine using gadolinium is actually an acceptable practice, no? Ginagawa talaga natin ito. As of the moment na wala pa tayong pampalit, no, yung as a alternative to that, we can still use that. Pero definitely in using that kind of material, justifiable naman yon, no? Hindi naman i-request yun kung hindi siya justifiable. Pero until now, it is still a subject of many research. If we can change the compound coming from the family of rare earth to some other elements that we can use. Pero as of the moment, yung pa rin po acceptable. No? It is always risk versus benefits. Justify po yung paggamit po. Yan po, sir.
I do agree with Mr. Marba. Dapat there should be justification. If you want to use something, so dapat yung benefits outweighs the risk. It's always like that in the ALARA principle. Now, I think last question, sir, sa mga speakers natin. So, ito natin siguro. Is there a relation of the shortage of radiologic technologies in the country because most RT professionals and other medical health workers prefer to work overseas? I repeat, is there a relation of the shortage of RadTechs in the country because most RT professionals now and other medical health workers prefer to work overseas?
Yes, okay naman.
Yun lang yung question niya. Anyone
Okay.
may add to the question? Nabanggit naman kanina yung answer for that. But siguro gusto niyo lang i-clarify more about the shortage of the RadTechs in the country and the one going abroad.
If I may answer that.
Yes, Ms. Dr. Stira.
In some way or another, it might be considered as one of the reasons why we have shortage, because our RT professionals prefers to work in abroad. But that is not the only reason to be considered. We can also look at the reasons why there's a lot of students who took the licensure examination and they were not able to pass the licensure examination. Also, we are looking on the supply side. There are some students who enrolled and they are not graduated. There are some students who graduated but did not took the licensure or take the licensure examination because the PRC, yun yung tinatawag natin na gatekeeper. Now, considering the shortage of the RT professionals, I guess we have to look on different factors, but applying abroad is not the only reason why we have shortage of RT professionals. This is not only in RT professions, but if we look on the data that I presented a while ago, mas marami pa sa atin ang merong shortages. And there was a moratorium that before they work in abroad, they need to practice first dito sa Pilipinas. I don't know if that is already applicable in our profession, but I guess the question is if that is related ba. Did I get it right? Yes, it is related, but that is not the only factors that we have to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Stira. Thank you for that. Any more? So, yes, Sir Kasayura.
Yeah, yes, it is related, pero we have to really be on top of that one. Kasi if not, then there will be a big crisis that's gonna happen, and we don't want to be on that situation when everything is too late, di ba? Magkakaroon tayo ng drain of radiologic technology in the area. If not in our country. That's why we need to address that one, because otherwise tayo ang unang-unang magsasuffer dyan. If our radiologic technologies keeps leaving, leaving the country, then what's gonna happen? If there's another pandemic that would knock on wood, ayaw natin to, but we need to be prepared, whether in a government sector or private sector. That's why we need, just like what I've shared earlier, we need to have a retention of staff. We need to have a good recruitment drive. We need to have a something that would attract our existing radiographers to stay in our country, to stay in our department, and not to go elsewhere. We need to create that sort of not just culture, but it would be great if that would be included in the contract, all those things. Then there is a big chance to improve the situation in our current practice here in our country. That's all.
Sir Marvin.
Dean,
Yeah.
may add.
Doktong ko lang, no? Yung tanong kanina, napakasimple lang. No? Kung may relation, doon sa mga pagkukulang ng X-ray dito sa atin. No? Definitely, yes. No? That is the reason why here in our school, meron nag-offer ng scholarship para ma-hold nila ngayon yung bata, doon sila magtatrabaho doon sa nag-offer scholarship sa hospital na yan. The number two, Nahuli lang natin si Sir Joel. Si Sir Joel, hindi natin pwede mapigyan, huwag na aalis punta UK. Huwag na pwede pupunta, bumalik ulit doon. Simply because, alam niya naman talaga na once the RATTEC is already go abroad, mas malaki, triple. No? Hindi lang triple pa yung sweldo. Kaya yun ang isang dahilan kung bakit nakukulangan tayo ng X-ray dito o RATTEC dito sa Pilipinas. Napakasimple lang yung sagutin yon, no? So siguro isa na lang siguro yung mga tanong natin kasi napakasimple ito at importante ito, kasulukan ginagawa. If may I, Sir Marvin, matter mo na lang ito, isang tanong pa ni isang participants. Question from REM. Do X-ray technologies can hold plantilla position in government hospital? No? So, ang tawag doon, yung sinasabi kung pwede raw ba mag-apply o magkaroon ng position yung X-ray technologies doon sa government hospital o sa plantilla doon sa government hospital. Yes, sir. Sir Abe, Press Abe.
Doc Aga, thank you. Thank you so much for your recognition. Actually po, as of the moment, sa civil service po kasi tinanggal na po yung X-ray technologies. Kaya definitely po sa national government, hindi na po tumatanggap ng X-ray technologies na item sa kahit anong national government. Yung po sa LGU, it depends on LGU. Meron pa po tayong mga naririnig na LGU na tumatanggap ng X-ray technologies pero nandun na sila sa transition stage. Nire-required na rin po sila na mag-exam ng for radiologic technologies kasi kung hindi po, mabababa sila ng item doon po sa LGU. Kaya sa ngayon po, talagang ang item po ng X-ray technologies po ay nasa private po. No? Ang private po tumatanggap pero sa government po ay nakakonsentrate na po sa radiologic technologies. Yun po. Thank you po.
Dr. Vicky, Vic, ma'am, any?
I agree with President Abe with his answer because I will base my answer on my experience in the clinical internship training. When we visited our affiliated training hospitals, we seldom see XT in the government hospitals. And even in our CMO number 7 series of 2018, it was very clear that we need training officers, registered radiologic technologies. It's not that we are binababa natin ng XT, but they have the opportunity to finish BSRT. Why not pursue it into ART from BSRT, from ART to BSRT? Thank you very much.
Any more, sir? Ano pa ba? Kasi, sir, sa akin, no, yung X-ray technologies, which is, napakadali rin uli sagutin yan. It will be based on the Republic Act 7431. Sa ating batas mismo, pinagbabawal, yung mag-apply yung X-ray technologies doon sa government hospital. Ang problema ngayon nito, which is maraming nito na tambay, simply because, di ba, pinag-usapan natin doon sa ating meeting, sir, ma'am, di ba, yung bakit? Tapos ka ng BS, kukuha ng X-ray technologies, yung exam. Saan sila pupunta nun? Di ba? Private hospital, hindi sila makapasok sa government hospital.
Yes.
So meaning to say, dadami ngayon matambay dyan ng dahilan kasi graduate siya ng BS, pinakukuha mo ng X-ray technologies, sila makapasok sa government. No? Yan isang din dahilan kung bakit. Kaya calling, no? That is a wake-up call doon sa mga bata na gano'n lang. Sige, madali lang kumuha ng ART exam eh. But the problem is, saan ka mag-apply? Government. Not to the mag-apply. Doon ka sa private. Not to the government. No? Yun lang yung siguro napakasimpleng tanong ngayon. Napasimple rin sagutin. Sir Joel, any? Palagi ko, wala rin alam ito kasi nasa abroad ka eh.
Nasa abroad ako, yeah.
Kaya nga, no idea.
But that is actually a very good question. But I would like to halt to to answer that one because I don't want to misrepresent.
Yes.
Thank you,
Thank-
sir. Sir
Thank
Marvin.
you. I think that wraps up our Q&A. So again, let me just add something as a moderator. So I think you will all agree to me that it is our dream, your dream, my dream, that one day in our lifetime, there will be no single rad tech, maybe nurses who are here today, respiratory therapists that will go abroad because of the new remuneration package that other countries is giving. So I think kung yung country natin is good enough yung mga salary nila, there's no way for us to go abroad. So maybe one day that will happen. So that is a challenge to our government, to the private institution, and also to all of us. So thank you for all our distinct and very good speakers today who shared their wisdom and take time to this webinar that we have today. So now for the awarding of certificates. So Dean or Sir Marba, can you read the certificate for Sir Marba?
Permission to read. No, Trinity University of Asia presents this certificate of appreciation to Abelardo L. Marva, the third RRT Maet JD, Association of Deans of Radiologic Technologies in the Philippines, in recognition of your outstanding contribution as parallel speaker during the Triicon 2023. With the theme striving for sustainability or sustainable communities through health promoting technologies. Europe under the Change to Seeds program in recognition of your outstanding contribution as parallel speaker during the Triicon 23 with the theme Striving the Sustainable Communities Through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas, held online via Zoom virtual platform from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on April 26, 27, 23. Signed, Dr. Howell T. Ho, Vice President for Academic Affairs. Signed, Dr. Gisela D.A. Luna, President, Trinity University of Asia. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Virtual
you.
round of applause for our three speakers. Thank you very much, Sir
Thank
Kasiyura,
you.
Dr.
Photo
Stila,
off.
Thank you so much,
Dr.
sir.
Marba. Thank you very
Welcome
much.
there.
And for the photo opportunity, please remain here for the photo opportunity for our tech team. Yes, tech team. We're ready. Thank you very much. And all
Thank
to
you
the
very
participants,
much.
thank you very much
Thank
po.
Thank
you.
you po.
Thank
A
you so
reminder
much.
lang po
Thank
for
you.
the
Press
participants.
sabi.
Thank you
Ingat
po.
po kayo.
God bless
Doktora,
po.
ingat. Doktora
Thank you.
Estira. Sir
Thank you,
Joel.
sir.
Ingat po
Salamat po.
kayo. Thank you so
Salamat.
much. No?
Thank you.
Now for the participants, please don't go yet. We still have 1 o'clock last session in the plenary. So in order for you to get your certificate and your CPD, you must attend the last session in the plenary. So that will be 1 o'clock for the synthesis of the 4 sessions by the deans of the Trinity University of Asia. Again, thank you very much to all the participants. See you later at 1 p.m. Bye-bye. Take a break na po tayo. See you later at 1 p.m.
Bye
Thank
for
you.
now. Bye.
Bye
I'm
po.
Salamat po.
leaving.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you,
Hello, ma'am.
Ate.
Hello, sir. Thank you
Thank you
po
po.
sa
Thank
inyo
you.
lahat. Thank you.
Thank you.
For being
Bye-bye.
Agarang. Asan ka na?
Thank you. Thank you, Mark Jess.
Hi, Dean.
Hi, hello.
Hi, Dean.
Hello po. Kumusta na kayo?
Si Isabel sa Dean. Dino, si Eunice to. Dino.
Yeah.
Picture tayo, picture.
Okay.
I miss you, Dean.
Wish you too.
I'm proud of you.
are already here in the Zoom meeting or are watching through the Triicon website, you may now register your attendance for this plenary session. You may scan the QR code as posted here in the screen, or you may also click the link which would be posted by the chat moderators in the Zoom chat. We will start in a few minutes, so please stay tuned. Hello, can you hear me now? Yes. So good afternoon again to everyone, and welcome to the plenary session of the Triicon 2023. This is Johanna Rachel San Pedro, the mistress of the ceremonies for this plenary session. Before we begin this afternoon's plenary session, we would like to reiterate the conference house rules. Okay. Again, participants are required to attend all the sessions from April 26 to 27, whether they are attending through the Zoom platform or are viewing in the Triicon in the website. Attendance link will only be posted for a specific time, so don't forget to register your attendance. I hope everyone has registered their attendance. and failure to attend any of the sessions will forfeit the privilege of receiving a certificate of participation. 2. Evaluation will be given on April 27, 2023, today, right after this plenary session. And finally, the attendance to all the sessions as well as the result of the evaluation will be the basis in the release of the certificate with CPD points, as well as certificate for CPD self-directed learning. Okay, so I hope all of the attendees were able to take note of these house rules. Before we begin this afternoon's plenary session, again, I would like to welcome everyone to the plenary session, the closing plenary session for our conference. But before we go to the closing, I would first like to remind you of what transpired during yesterday's event. So yesterday we had the opening plenary session. So we had the speakers and the participants were welcomed by our Trinity University of Asia President, Dr. Gisela Luna. Then afterwards, the program was continued with the delivery of the plenary talk by our speaker, Dr. Leslie Michelle Dalmasio. She expounded on the topic on striving for sustainable communities through health promoting technologies and ideas. After the plenary session, the conference then branched out into 4 parallel sessions. We had session A, which focused on sustainable planetary health diagnostics and pharmaceuticals for those who are interested in the field of medical technology, pharmacy, and biology. Session B was on sustainable community health care, catering to nurses, respiratory therapists, and radiologic technologists. Session C is on sustainable health promotion, education, and communication, which are specifically for practitioners of psychology, education, and mass communication. And the last session on sustainable health economies and digitization was for entrepreneurs, IT practitioners, and those involved in the hotel and tourism industry. So in this second and final day of the conference, we are gathered here again in this plenary session to conclude the conference. We are thankful to all our esteemed parallel speakers, and of course to our plenary speaker who willingly shared their knowledge and expertise in their disciplines. Since our conference was held simultaneously and speakers and attendees were in their different parallel sessions, we have invited 4 Trinity University of Asia unit heads to share their reflections and their synthesis of the learnings in their assigned parallel session. In this plenary session, as much as we would want to accommodate your questions, but due to time constraints, we would not be able to entertain your questions for the speakers this afternoon. And we hope that your questions were already addressed fully during your attendance in the parallel sessions, Q&A. So to proceed with our program, our first reactor for this afternoon is the Dean from the College of Medical Technology, Dean Mark Francisco, who will share his reflection and synthesis on the parallel session on the sustainable health diagnostic and pharmaceuticals. Dean Francisco, you may now take the virtual floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first, I would like to thank the committee of this year's Triicon and congratulations. For Triicon 2023, which has entitled Striving for Sustainable Communities Through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas. This afternoon, I was given the task to have a synthesis of the topic of all the topics under the session A. Now, in session A, which is a group of topics under sustainable planetary health diagnostics and pharmaceutical, is under the College of Medical Technology and the Pharmacy and Biology Department. Now, when it comes to sustainability of human health, I may summarize this one as like a mechanism between diagnostics, biosensors, and pharmaceutics. These three are very important in sustaining human health and proper treatment. Now, in diagnostics, we have our guest speakers who talk about different topics, such as first we have the heat shock proteins or the HSPs and its relationship to acute coronary syndrome. HSPs or simply proteins that can be a marker. Also, we have the discussion about healthcare access of COVID-19 patients using Geographic Information System or the GIS. And also, we have the discussion about point of care devices with data management system, wherein nowadays is very important in giving diagnosis that follows treatment in the shortest time. To start with, we have the heat shock proteins discussion, specifically the HSP70 that was discussed thoroughly by our speaker, its role in acute coronary syndrome, and how this protein is related to this condition. Now, it was expressed or stated that due to the cell stress, this protein is being stimulated that is connected now to the platelet aggregation. And this process will now form thrombus. That thrombus formation is leading or the cause of this acute coronary syndrome. To add more about the topic that was discussed, so there are other environmental stress that causes this mechanism, and it became a very important marker or a signal because of this pathophysiological state that happens during this stressful condition. Another study was published in 2017 stating that targeting heat shock proteins in cancer, which shows a promising therapeutic approach. So in this case, they relate the use of this HSP for possible treatment for cancer patients. This led to the development of several inhibitors of HSP90 or a different marker. It's the same HSP but different form, and other HSPs that have shown promise both preclinically and clinically in the treatment of cancer. So this is a very interesting study that was published in 2017, leading to a deep study about the role of this HSP, aside from what was discussed and mentioned by our guest speaker. Now, the next topic is about the healthcare access of COVID-19 patients using Geographic Information System or the GIS. GIS, or the nowadays use of computer or information system, is very important in our diagnostics and even in medical or healthcare. The GIS consists of computer hardware and software that store, manage, analyze, edit, output, and visualize geographic data that can be used for proper diagnosis of diseases and treatment of patients. Now, there are different applications of computer system nowadays. So computers are not just for business, but also in different fields such as healthcare. Like, for example, the role of computer system in digital virtual world or the lab info system that is very useful and helpful, especially during the height of the pandemic. Standardization of coding of diseases. We will discuss this later in a short while, showing the role of or the use of coding system for disease treatment and diagnosis, and statistical analysis of cases using computer system. These are some of the basic application of computer programs in the healthcare. Now, first one is the computer system in the clinical laboratory. LIS is now being part of it as a requirement especially in big hospitals or clinical lab. It shortens the time in releasing results and informing the condition of the patient. With the use of computer system or computer programs, it's much easier to access information, even the laboratory results. The doctors, there's no need to call the lab or even visit the lab just to get the result, but it's simply they can open a computer in their clinics to access the result of the patient. So this is how computerization helps. It shortens the post-analytical procedure, which is the releasing of result. I mentioned earlier about the universal medical coding. This is now a career. It is defined as the transformation of healthcare diagnosis, procedures, medical services, and equipment into universal medical alphanumeric codes. These codes are universal, assigning a specific code for certain diagnosis, treatment, or even condition of the patient. Here, for example, the clinical notes during a patient's visit, even all the lab results, radiological reports, even the the summary of discharge of the patient is being encoded by a professional known as clinical coders. They use this coding system to shorten the reporting and to store information about the patient. Example, there is some coding like 569.83 for perforation of intestine, atrial fibrillation, 427.31. So these are universal codes that is being used to assign. Like for example, this one, cardiac arrest, 427.5. So, and other codes. So this one became a career, medical billing and coding specialist. And this is very helpful. The last one application is the World Statistics for Diseases. Again, during the pandemic, this is very useful for us. Computerization, the application of computer system is easily accessed and to report the distribution of COVID cases worldwide. Well, everyone seen this one. The computerization really helped. And then we move forward with the point of care testing devices with data management system. Even in our DOST, part of the research agenda is in the development of these POCT devices. Point of care testing devices are known to be simple devices that can be used or can give the result very fast, and the result can be done within the site. Like for example, lab testing site will be beside the patient as compared to the routine one. You need to collect specimen first and then you transport it to the laboratory in order to perform the test. But for point of care testing devices, it's much easier to be used beside the patient. So in other terms, POCT is also known as the bedside testing. Provides rapid test results in minutes. However, of course, there are some to be considered. When incorrectly performed or inappropriately utilized, POCT can generate misleading results that require additional follow-up at increased cost and risk to the patient. So the role of the medical technologies is still there. Even though the device is more simple, it's like any person can easily follow step by step to use that devices. But still, the proper interpretation of result. Like for example, in this image, you can see a simple test kit like a pregnancy test used for detecting infection with syphilis. So if you cannot properly perform the procedure or cannot properly interpret the result, it can lead to the risk to the patient. Now, there are some advantages of this POCT. Of course, we focus on the advantages of this technology, the use of simple devices. Now, before we move on to the advantages of POCT, you can see this image like in the laboratory, there is what you call a cycle. Every analysis will start with pre-examination, meaning patient-client preparation or sample collection. Then, after the sample collection, for example, blood sample, it will be transported to the lab or the main lab. So after that, once the specimen is being transported and the examination will be performed in the lab, and then after that is the post-examination wherein you need to record, to report the result, and that is the last part of this analytical cycle in the laboratory. With the use of the POCT, first it eliminates elimination of sample transportation to central laboratory. So that you don't need to transport. Because again, as we mentioned earlier, you can perform the test beside the patient. And then after that, another advantage is that minimal sample processing. The test conducted with whole blood or urine. Simple, a drop of blood, no need to process. Like for example, in this case, you need to centrifuge the specimen or the blood sample in the tube in order to separate the packed blood cell from the serum or plasma. So here in the red tab, you can get the serum, and then in the lavender tab, you can, for example, you can get the plasma. It depends on what is required by the machine or the instrument to be used for analysis. So this is one of the challenge in the laboratory. You need to process the blood sample in order to get what is required. Unlike in the common POCT devices, you don't need to process because what is required is just a whole blood, freshly voided urine. Then you use that for the POCT devices. So this is now the technology that is being developed in the biomedical engineering, using chips, devices that can measure, analyze in a very simple manner by using programs and what they call the chip to detect a certain analyze. So that is the promises and advancement in the POC. And number three, another advantage is that simple analytic process. So when you say simple analytic process, it requires a very basic step-by-step procedure. Like for example, pregnancy test kit. You just open the pack and then you put the required 2 to 3 drops of urine, wait for a few seconds or minutes. You can check for the result. 1 line, 2 lines. So that is a simple analytic process. If you will compare that in the actual routine procedures in the laboratory, you need to follow a lot of things like the quality control testing, the running of QA analytes before you run the blood sample or patient sample. There's a lot of things to be considered before the actual analytic procedure. Next one is minimal sample requirement. As we mentioned, in some test kits, it only requires a certain simple like a drop of blood or 2 to 3 drops of urine. So that makes this POCT requiring a minimal sample requirement. Then we have the very rapid availability of results. Within 1 to 2 minutes, you can have the result. Again, another simple example of this POCT device is what you're using to measure your blood glucose. Just a drop of blood, and then after that, just wait for a few seconds, and you can have the result. So this is an example of a glucometer, or a simple device that can measure glucose level. So within 1 to 2 minutes, you can have the result. So these are the advantages of POCT. Again, proper use, proper training on how to use these devices is very important. So virtual medical consultation is another application of this POCT. So during the time of the height of pandemic, we are all, for example, there's lockdown. You cannot visit your doctor. Even doctors cannot assist you face to face. So the application of this virtual medical consultation became possible by consulting your doctor by virtual meeting. Can be supported or proper diagnosis by the doctor, but actually by performing POCT tests, not just solely talking to your doctor. It should be supported by simple tests so that it can help in the diagnosis. Another group of topic that was discussed is about the biosensors. In the biosensors, we have the speaker about the automated diagnosis of COVID-19 using deep learning and chest X-ray images. And we have the biosensing technologies in precision medicine. So these are what you call innovations in proper diagnosis of diseases. The major role of these biosensors is really to make lesser contact from person to person, lessen the spread of infection. Also, this technology will help us speed up everything. So that is the promise of computerization and robotics in the laboratory. The robotics in medicine using biosensors. So bio means, of course, life, and sensors, these are the technologies or microchips that we are using.
Okay na, ma'am. Kukuha ka ng laboratory.
Okay, before we move on deeper with this topic, let us review the different terminologies that nowadays we are hearing about: artificial intelligence or AI. What is AI? AI is a program that can sense, reason, act, and adapt. In the earlier years, AI became, some people are worried about AI because they see it as a threat to human being. But actually AI is it's basically the use of computer programs, softwares that can help us in many ways, not only in healthcare. Now AI, or the use of artificial intelligence, is what we call it artificial itself, because the intelligence of this is still coming from us human beings. We just incorporate our knowledge and some of our skills in this program or software. So AI is like what you input is what you can get. And then if we will go deeper in this technology, after artificial intelligence, there is what we call term machine learning. It's like the machine should learn those things so that it can function. And algorithms whose performance improve as they are exposed to more data over time. Again, we are human. We are still the brain of this innovation or technology. We input those learning from this machine so that it can be used later on accurately, precisely, based on its function or use. And then we have the word deep learning. For deep learning, a subset of machine learning in which multi-layered neural networks learn from vast amounts of data. So deep learning is like, again, if we will just follow the term itself, it's deeper, it's somehow really linking the role of the brain in this technology. So the human brain is somehow being used to make this technology like how we think and how we perform. So that is what we call deep learning. These terminologies are being applied in this latest development of robotics, even in the healthcare. Just to review and to touch topic that was presented by our speaker about the automated diagnosis of COVID-19 using deep learning and chest X-ray images. If we'll follow the definition of AI and machine learning, we input all these kind of images using X-ray. It is being used to detect some problems, abnormalities in the lungs due to infection and other causes. So in this deep learning, that's why it's called deep learning, we incorporate all these images using X-ray to a program or a software. It's like we're making this program able to detect and to see the different changes in the lungs through the X-ray. Basically, this deep learning can be possibly very useful. It depends on how much we train it or how many information or data that we input in this system. So it depends on that. So in this case, we would like detect COVID-19 through AI or deep learning, a software wherein, for example, you input the image of the patient and that system can detect what kind or if this patient is positive to COVID, what is the severity of the case of this COVID to this patient based on the numerous images that was stored in this program. Same with this example, in machine learning, so this is another publication, but instead of the lungs, the study is more focusing on the liver. So they input different images of liver cancer, hepatocellular adenoma, cyst formation, metastasized liver cancer, and instead of using X-ray, in this study, they use the MRI and CT scan images. So MRI, CT scan images are collected, all images about different structures or images of liver cancer, different stages maybe, and then after collecting a lot of those images by MRI and CT scan, it can now have this program or the machine learning based hybrid feature to analyze for liver cancer and to classify it. Is it already in metastasis level? Is it a cyst form? How large is the cancer in the liver? That is the application of this technology. Well, it only shows us that this technology can be applied in different images. It depends on what are the data that you have. And it can also be applied to different organs of the body. Well, lungs was mentioned earlier with the study simply because COVID-19 affects the lungs, and we have this pandemic. And then the second one, this one is the liver because liver cancer is becoming very common. So it depends on the application. So let's move forward to the next topic. Under biosensors, we have these biosensing technologies in precision medicine. So we have two terminologies here, biosensing, and then we have the precision medicine. These are both very important nowadays. So biosensing technologies, we are very familiar with this one. Everything is now smart, diba? Smartphone, smartwatch. So this kind of technology using smart technology can be applied through health, like for example, monitoring our heartbeat, blood pressure, even our devices can count how many steps we perform a day, right? So these are products of this biosensing technology. And we will just add what is precision medicine. Of course, we are very fortunate to have our speaker discussing this and the application of precision medicine. Well, this is the emerging thing. So biosensing technologies are being applied not only in medical sectors, can be applied not only in medical but even in our agriculture to develop and produce much better crops. Environmental concerns like this biosensor, for example, toxicity in our water supply, toxicity in the air, detection of the pollution, and even in the food, some toxins in the food and other harmful chemicals that can be detected by using a sensor. So going back to our topic, simply because we're more focused in the medical application of this biosensing, advancement in human healthcare using sensor is very much in demand. So a biosensor detects a specific biological analyte. So technology became very popular worldwide. So like for example, another article, this was published in 2018, biosensing technologies for medical application, manufacturing, and regenerative medicine. So a simple chip, a simple engineering product that can detect or that can be very useful for medical application. application. It became popular, number one, because it's non-invasive, it's cost-effective, high resolution, and portable biosensor. We are very much into nowadays, which is very portable, simple, smaller, no, easy to carry. So these are one of the things to be considered in developing a biosensor. However, so it's always there's always however, because again, but still it is however still with challenges to overcome. Like for example, including real-time in vivo monitoring of organ functionality in high-risk patients. As of this moment, this technology is really still under studies and more studies come for this one to perfect this technology. And of course, there's nothing such thing as perfect. So this technology cannot be now still very much applicable to high-risk patients. So still technology somehow has limitation when it comes to application. Just to have this, to summarize those things that we're discussing about biosensor, you can see here, these are, some are promises. No? Like for example, this one, eyeglasses that can measure the lactate level and even glucose level of the person wearing that eyeglasses. So it just shows that, imagine, no, it can monitor the glucose level in your blood by just wearing that eyeglasses. This one, we say mouth guard, a patient will wear this mouth guard and then you will check the level of uric acid. That is non-invasive, right? When you say non-invasive, there's no need now to collect blood just to measure the amount of uric acid present. But these are again still under research, not being used in the laboratory yet, but still these are some of the promising technology that can be possibly used in the future. Smart contact lenses. So if you don't want to wear the eyeglasses, you can also wear the contact lenses that can monitor your glucose. Oh, this one, tooth sensor. Look at this one, no? Because that sensor can detect bacterial load in your tooth. We have these wearable diagnostic, like for example, wearable to measure the cortisol or the stress hormone and others. So there's a lot of application of this biosensor. I guess this is what our DOST would like to have. Research on these biosensors. This is an opportunity for medical practitioners and the engineering professionals to have this collaborative research about the development of biosensors. And it really important to consider this because, for example, if you are an engineer, you know how to develop this biosensor. Computer engineers and other forms of engineer, electrical engineer and others. So they are master of this device development and technology. But this technology cannot be tested properly to human being if there is no medical practitioners and allied health practitioners that can perform the test or to test if this device is really applicable or really acceptable when it comes to the result which is precise and accurate. So again, in research, there is now what we call collaborative research wherein different professions need to have this certain study to consider their expertise in developing these devices. O kasi nakita ko yan before that, for example, if I may share to the listeners right now, in the Philippines, a simple vein finder is very expensive. Even big hospitals have limited numbers of these units of this vein finder. This vein finder is just the term itself. It helps in locating the vein or venipuncture, even in putting IVs. It is very expensive simply because there's then 5 companies who are having this license to develop these devices. And surprisingly, there's a lot of studies, prototypes, developments that is published in journals, but they're not able to reach the level of patency or even commercializing these devices. The answer there, or the problem there, is simply because these prototypes are being developed, studied by engineers and computer engineers and others. But the problem is that they cannot test their devices to human beings. So there's a limitation with that. And for example, for us in the allied health, our knowledge about the development of biosensors are limited, but we know how it can properly, how can we use this technology properly for healthcare. So that is the gap between these two field of studies. So anyway, again, let us continue. Medyo napatagalan tayo dito, but again, because this is very popular nowadays, the use of or the development of different biosensors. Even our smartphones, our smartwatches. These are product of this biosensor. Okay, so the next term what that we have is the precision medicine. It is defined as a form of medicine that uses information about person's own genes or proteins to prevent what? To prevent. Prevention is better than cure. Another thing is that we use the information of the genes or proteins of a person to properly diagnose the condition or the disease, or the later on, of course, to treat the disease. So this is the basic definition that I got from precision medicine. It's a precise application of medicine. So we go deeper in the study of genes, DNA of a person before properly diagnosing the disease and treatment. So young generations of medical practitioners are applying this precision medicine. The precision medicine application, for example, in cancer. In cancer, discovering unique therapies that treat an individual's cancer based on the specific genetic abnormalities of that person's tumor. So simply, it tells us that if there's, for example, 4 patients having the same liver cancer, but this cancer or tumor that they have might be different when it comes to structure, genetic makeup, and a lot of things. No, it is very unique from person to person. So the precision medicine is applied in cancer for knowing the specific information about a person's tumor for the following reason. Number one, for proper diagnosis. Next, it is also very important, the application of precision medicine, to plan the plan of treatment. The treatment itself, for example, again, going back to our example, if there are 4 patients with liver cancer, the plan of treatment will varies from patient to patient. To make this more simple, like for example, there are 5 patients having diabetes, but they have different genetic makeup, different lifestyle, different habits, etc. So even though you give the same drug or treatment to those 5 patients, then you will still expect that there will be different responses, different levels of treatment that might happen. And that is now the advancement in medicine, which is now what we call precision medicine. You need to treat patients different from each other, even though they have the same cases. So plan of action or plan of treatment for each patient. And of course, the next one is to monitor the treatment process, if that treatment really beneficial for that specific patient. And the last one is prognosis or the future outlook. Is the patient recovering? Is, for example, if that is cancer, so we're talking about cancer here, is the size of the cancer much smaller now, lesser number? So that is a good prognosis or a good outlook, meaning that the patient is responding properly and the treatment is effective to that specific patient. So it's like go deeper to the characteristic of the patient, not just mass treatment. So you're just giving the same treatment to all patients having the same condition. Okay, now speaking about this difference between traditional medicine and precision medicine. So traditional medicine, one treatment fits all. So like, for example, here we have 7 patients with colon cancer. So 7 colon cancer patients given the same therapy or treatment. And after that, the doctor will monitor or will check how many of the patient will have a good effect, meaning they will respond to the treatment. How many will be no effect at all? So meaning the size of the tumor still the same, no response, nothing. And much worse if that is an adverse effect. So meaning there's 1 out of 7, for example, in this case, 1 out of 7, meaning after giving the treatment or medicine, instead of treating the patient, it became worse. That is the adverse effect of drugs to the patient. While in precision medicine, more personalized diagnosis is like you're very close to your doctor. The doctor knows your condition very well, and that is more personalized. So precision medicine, for example, we have, again, 7 and properly tested, properly check the DNA and other blood tests is being performed, urine and other tissue analysis is being performed prior to treatment. And then the specific treatment will be given based on the result of this analysis. So since you perform a lot of those analysis, meaning you expect that all of the patients will have a good effect. No, there is a positive effect after giving the drugs. So this is more personalized. Take note, no? So the first 3 patients have the green, just an example, green treatment, yellow treatment, and the blue treatment. So those all treatment is personalized, and we are expecting all of them will respond properly, or they will be treated based on the therapy that was given. So that is the main difference between traditional medicine and the precision medicine. So next, let's move on to the last part, which is pharmaceuticals. In the pharmaceuticals, our guest speakers discuss about the role of pharmaceutical industry, and then of course that pharmaceutical industry should able to sustain, okay, how we sustain the development of drugs, the production of drugs and treatment. So that is sustainability. And of course, those drugs and treatment that was given must be with easy access to our consumers, or the pharmaceutical diagnostics for Filipinos. That these are the topics that was discussed by our speaker. And of course, the last one, we have the utilization of Moringa oleifera lam, which is what we known as the simply malunggay, for its health benefit. So under pharmaceutical, actually the topic is being aligned very, very well, no? Meaning from the role of the pharmaceutical industry, how to sustain this one, how can we have an access with this treatment and drugs, and then later on we go back to basic, which is the use of the natural or the herbal medicine that we have nowadays. And there's a lot of studies and research that is being performed in the different plants that we have in our um, naturally occurring plants that we have for possible treatment or health benefits. Okay, so again, I would like to put this one in like a mechanism again. So the role of pharmaceutical industry in the development and production of drugs, and how they um, sustain this drug supply, and its capability to be for easy access. Okay, for example, so during the time of the pandemic again, it's very nice to use this as an example, because actually we are not yet done with this concern with the COVID-19. It is still there, and as experts told us, it will stay there. And unfortunately, but expected, that these organisms are mutating, and this mutation is again a product of well, if human beings would like to survive, these microorganisms also would like to survive. That's why they mutate. Okay, so the role of pharmaceutical industry in developing and the production of drugs, like for example, in the development of this vaccine against COVID-19. No? So this vaccine production or development during the time of the pandemic, it really is like us people are really weighing. Is it really uh, much better, or it's a better decision to have the vaccine or not to have the vaccine? Because in that certain time wherein we have the height of the pandemic, it's like your safety is like always um, um, our priority. So the vaccine production for against COVID-19, it doesn't follow the routine process of developing vaccine. Now, but we don't have any choice because we are under pandemic condition. And after that, so it doesn't stop there, the production and development of different types of vaccine. Some of the vaccines are being developed in the uh, old ways, or the the s- the old process of developing vaccine, and we have this RNA developed vaccine type. So there are a different technology that was applied in this RNA vaccine. Okay, so after this production of vaccines, we need to have the proper access, because even though there's vaccine that is present, for example, or available, if we cannot access it, it's useless. So this is the mechanism, no? The role of pharmaceutical in the development, response, no, and able to sustain the supply and for proper access. Just to share, no, speaking of the vaccine development or drug development, drug discovery and development really follows a long process. So meaning, take note of this representation. It takes years, no? 2 to 5 years in developing and uh, thinking of the production of a certain or developing a certain drug. against diseases. And then 1.5 years for the pre-clinical development, and then another 5 to 7 years for the check to detect the safety or toxicology studies for these drugs that is being developed. Is it safe to use? Is it more beneficial than giving hazards to user? And then after that, another years to come for regulatory approval, which is what happened to our vaccine, COVID-19 vaccine. It was shortened because of the pandemic. No, we're under the pandemic, so we cannot follow. Imagine, no, if you will wait for 7, 10 to 12 years or more before we have the vaccine, what will happen to us? No, and then of course the last phase or phase 4 is post marketing. In this post marketing, it only shows that even drugs that is already being out in the market, we are not 100% sure about the safety of these drugs. We are not 100% sure about the um, benefits of these drugs. If you if you saw this commercial about the use of drugs, like yung commercial ng isang drug na safe ba yan? Safe ba yan? If you will think about it, bakit kaya ganun yung, why is it that the commercial is about, oh, this drug, safe ba yan? Safe ba yan? Because there's no such thing as 100% safe drugs. Even those drugs already in the market, later on, it can be removed. No? Bakit kaya, for example, a simple drug, which is Cortal. I don't know if young generations knows this, but Cortal is a common drug before, but it was removed from the market because of its side effects. So it means that that is the weighing about the benefits and the hazards of a certain drug. So again, going back, I presented this slide just to show us the real process on how to, from the discovery up to the development, up to the use by the public. No? Because, for example, in the clinical development for phases of toxicology and trial, for example, you started with a small number of population, healthy volunteers, until you need to have trials for specific people having the disease, and then later on, the large-scale controlled clinical trials. So it really takes time. Kaya nga, during the time we're using these COVID vaccines, there's always a follow-up reports about, oh, there's a case of side effects that was detected by using this vaccine, blah, 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 because that is part of the post-market. Okay, so last topic is about the utilization of Moringa oleifera lam, which is the malunggay that we use for our, in our menu. What are the health benefits of this Moringa oleifera? First, it can be used as a prevention. And you will see, no, a lot of nowadays you can see in the market a lot of supplements. So we say supplements, uminom lang ako dito after drinking this, my eyes is very clear, something like that. Hanggang pa ito, hindi ka after that. What does it mean? These drugs, these products are not actually tested to really proven to treat a disease, but it's more of somehow they say that their claim it can prevent. So in this case, this malunggay, the claim is that it can prevent formation of kidney stone. Next is cure. So aside from preventing something, it can cure skin redness or some responses to allergies from the skin. It can remove warts, no? So, and it can even increase fertility. So, meaning, these are the, they say, health benefits of this plant based on studies, based on research. And again, going back, another agenda for research in the DOST is this one. Aside from developing some simple test kits, and it is also, or biosensor, another topic that is very in demand now in research is detecting the use of different herbal medicines or plants that we have for medical use. Talking about chemical versus natural. These are the drugs that we are using now, manufactured, artificially produced in the laboratory versus natural, using plant extract, using natural sources. So this is now a concern between these two forms of drugs simply because of the formation of a resistant organism. Ito yung mga tinatawag nating mga superbugs. These are one of the most important uh, topic for research wherein we need to develop more drugs in order to fight this resistance. Now, resistance to drugs is a product of misuse, okay, of misuse or um, too much use of these drugs, improper use or misuse is improper use of these drugs. Like for example, especially in using antibiotics, no, we need to really follow how to take these antibiotics, because if you will not follow the proper way of taking these antibiotics, it might harm us later on by developing a more stronger microorganism that causes your disease. Meaning more stronger, what you did is you just use your drug as the vitamins of those organisms. Later on, they will develop something, protection from your drug. So the next time you will use that antibiotic is no longer, it will no longer treat you because of that resistance. So again, like for example, we're talking about ESBL, MRSA. So Aureus is a very simple cocci, but because of resistance, it's very hard to treat open wounds. For example, a patient after surgery, simple surgery, and then it's already weeks, no, the wound is not healing, and the reason is because of infection with resistant organism. So speaking of the Department of Health, so the Department of Health issued some of these 10 herbal medicine in the Philippines that is proven to be useful. And just to mention, like for example, ampalaya, the bitterness of this ampalaya helps in lowering the blood glucose. No? And another example is this bayabas, no? It's the guava. The guava, even the guava leaves, it is being used even before, no? As its antibacterial property. So I remember I have one friend who is using pansit-pansitan like tea, kasi daw it can prevent dengue infection. So those are the things that is result of some research. Okay? Lagundi. So lagundi is known for treating cough. So even in the market or in commercial, you can see there are some drugs now that is endorsing or using natural sources like lagundi. Okay, so other studies in this field, like for example, the anti-diabetic activity of allium sativum, the study in 2013, no? Sativum, it is the bawang or the garlic that we have. And it is studied based on its property, anti-diabetic property of this allium sativum. So again, it depends on the condition of the patient. No? Not necessarily if you have diabetes, you can just use bawang to lower your glucose. It depends on the level of glucose that you have, or if your diabetes is controlled or not. Another study is about the use of tomato. No? Anyway, tomato is known to be having this substance for anti-cancer property. And then just recently in 2022, a discovery of a cocktail of potential SARS-CoV-2 main protease inhibitors through virtual screening of a known chemical components of Vitex negundo L, which is the lagundi. Ayan. Ulitin ko po, lagundi po yung dahon na yan. Meron lang siyang kahawig, no? But this lagundi leaf is now being studied against SARS-CoV-2, no? But lagundi is known to be very effective, as they say, or treating cough-causing diseases. So with that, thank you very much, and maraming salamat po for listening, and hope you get something from my presentation this afternoon. And again, thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Dean Francisco. To introduce our next reactor is the Dean of the St. Luke's College of Nursing. Let us have Dean John Michael Lorena for the reaction on the parallel session B, Sustainable Community Healthcare Asynthesis, which was attended by radiologic technologists, respiratory therapists, and nurses. Without further ado, we would like to call on Dean Lorena. You may now have the virtual floor, Dean Lorena.
Yes, can I share my PowerPoint?
Tech team. Okay, sir, you can already share your PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, sir.
You see? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so again, good afternoon. Appreciation goes to the organizers of this Triicon. And my topic is all about sustainable community health care, a synthesis. I am Dean John Michael Lorena of St. Luke's College of Nursing. So basically, the objectives of my presentation are as follows. Number one, I would like the participants to appreciate the concept of sustainability, community health, and collaboration among healthcare professionals. Number two, reflect on how it can be merged for effective client outcomes. And lastly, introduce the concept of interprofessional collaboration. So basically, before I start my presentation, I would like first to discuss health versus community health. And as we all know, for the past 1.5 days, we are always bombarded with universal healthcare law. And some of the speakers also talk about WHO's Achieving Health for All. Some talks about strengthening primary health care, which has the goal, which is to improve the quality of life. Now, when we talk about community health, it is a collective well-being of community members. They share health characteristics, ethnicities, and socioeconomic conditions. So these two, health versus community health, are interrelated and has one goal, which is health for all. Moving on, why community health is important. Obviously, community health or community health care is important because it addresses health disparities, basically in rural and low-income areas wherein poverty, homelessness are pretty much evident, and other risk factors. Number two, it lowers healthcare cost because when we talk about community health, primary healthcare is of significance, and sometimes primary healthcare is or focuses on the client itself or making it client-centered. And lastly, community health has resources which can become assets in public health initiatives. So the model that the community healthcare or community health is using is the holistic model, wherein they treat and prevent multiple conditions or multitude of conditions. Now, for a continuation, when we talk about community health, we are working at the community level, which promotes healthy living. It helps prevent chronic diseases and brings the greatest health benefits to the greatest number of people in need. And this was attested by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. And when we talk about healthy living, it does not focuses only on the food we eat or exercise, but it also talks about positive thinking and feeling good. Moving on, we now talk about sustainability. When we talk about sustainability, this is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their current personal needs. In other words, when we talk about sustainability, it should be continuous and it should be multifaceted, meaning it has other factors like economic, like environment, which were discussed by some of our speakers. And now I am going to match sustainability versus community health. When we try to maintain a sustainable healthcare, we always look at providing high quality, effective, and safe healthcare as a major economic and social challenge. And of course, when we talk about economic, are our interventions cost effective? And are our interventions ecological? Meaning, is it environmental friendly? So basically, that is now the main challenge for all healthcare workers, whether you are a nurse, whether you are a radiologic technologist, whether you are a respiratory therapist, we are all encountering this health challenge. Now, when we say sustainable community health, there should be a good collaboration among healthcare team members and in between systems that would help us achieve our goals. And I think the plenary speaker talks about good health and well-being as one of our SDGs. In other words, there should be interconnectedness between disciplines or health disciplines, and there is also a will to establish and innovate new policies. If you're listening to the sharing of our radiologic technology speaker, they were talking about innovation. And in other words, all members of the healthcare team are implementers and must be held accountable in creating unified efforts to address such challenges. Now, moving on, why there is a need to sustain community health. The definition of sustainability has constantly evolved and it would evolve in the future. But right now, when we talk about sustainability, it now focuses on well-being of patients or clients, healthcare workers as well, and community in general. Therefore, preservation of our own resources and promotion of our own interests or promotion of the interests of our stakeholders must be considered. And how can we do that? We follow the best practices. And when we follow the best practices, we are able to manage our own resources for the benefit of our community. Now, in our pursuit to be sustainable, we should be responsible with the use of our own resources. Number two, we should participate in disease prevention through effective health promotion. I think all of the speakers in this 1.5 day focuses really on health education and health promotion. And there should be a continuous developing of new knowledge through research. Because let's face it, knowledge development is the name of the game in community health. But when we do knowledge development, we should always remember we could attain that through research, but our research should be ethical in nature. And this was discussed by our speaker in the nursing area. Moving on, we always continue to innovate and promote emerging technologies that were mentioned by our previous speakers. So, in terms of our pursuit to be sustainable, we should also assess our current healthcare systems and structures. These systems or health structures serve to preserve and improve public health. Therefore, accessibility and quality of service provided should be ensured, and a multidisciplinary team must be involved to address various aspects of sustainability. So collectively, I will call them healthcare workers or HCW, which comprises the following: the nurses, the midwives, the doctors, the radiologic technologists, the respiratory therapists, among others. And there is now a need to collaborate and share resources. That is the reason why I am proposing, or I am reintroducing interprofessional collaboration in healthcare, because probably that would be my reflection for the past 1.5 days. Now, when we talk about interprofessional collaboration, two or more professions work together to achieve common goals, and that is good health and well-being. It is used as a means for solving a variety of problems and complex issues like health. And also, according to the definition of WHO for collaborative practice, it is actually working together with patients, families, and communities to deliver the highest quality of care across settings. So why there is a need for interprofessional collaboration? Effective interprofessional collaborative practice, or ICP, improves access to health interventions. It coordinates healthcare system. And actually in the field of nursing and other allied health, we are practicing referrals. Also, ICP makes use of our resources efficiently. It reduces incidence and prevalence of disability. And the most important, I was listening to the radiologic technology seminar. It increases job satisfaction, which reduces stress and burnout from health professionals. In other words, there are shared efforts and resources leading to a common goal. In actuality, ICT produces a culture of social responsiveness, which is one of the factors of sustainability. So when we talk about social responsive, this is our obligation as a healthcare professional to contribute to the community or country in a way that makes the quality of life and environment better for those around them. So that is what I mean of social responsiveness. Now, ICP further supports client-centered practice. It requires mutual respect, confidence, and trust among members, and it requires effective communication. So basically what is lacking is, as healthcare providers, as healthcare professionals, as healthcare workers, are we talking and listening to each other? Are we talking and listening to each other and to the individual concerned, including their family and caregivers? Which now leads me to the question, are we ready for interprofessional collaboration? Just a real talk. Philippines face a lot of more basic problems that prevents healthcare professionals from giving the best care they can. And what are those? Majority of the Filipino lack access to basic healthcare, which is very true. If you're living in a far-flung area, definitely you have limited access to basic healthcare. If you're living in the mountains, definitely you have limited access. If you're living on a deserted island, you have limited access to basic healthcare. Number two, there are not enough healthcare workers in the country, which is very true, because majority of the healthcare workers are going out of the Philippines, exploring new opportunities, looking for greener pastures, if I may say. But there are still Filipino healthcare workers that are staying in the Philippines and serving the Filipino people. Number three, the healthcare industry has not embraced digitalization. Probably some, yes, in the private sector, but some slowly are now embracing digitalization. And lastly, there are limited access to medical supplies and basic health services. Now, given these challenges, I think the most important here is solving the problems plaguing the country's healthcare system must be a collective effort. So, in our pursuit for sustainability, we should use our resources effectively. We should participate in health promotion and disease prevention. We should create policies that are novel and provide new regulations. And we should be innovative and promote innovative ecosystem. And in that way, the interprofessional collaboration of healthcare workers could come in for a good health and well-being, or health for all. So as a reflection, I'm now nearing the end of my presentation. What is my reflection? Realization of universal healthcare and quality healthcare will only be possible with a whole of government and whole of society approach, which involves other national government agencies apart from Department of Health. And it should also include local government units, development partners like NGOs, healthcare workers like us, among others. What else? Coordination between the academe and clinical practice must happen, specifically in the introduction of interprofessional education into the curriculum. And lastly, we should have the correct mindset. Being sustainable requires great effort from all of us. After all, Philippines is a great country with competent, innovative, and passionate healthcare workers. And yes, there's still hope. On my last slide, I would like to share a quote from Mother Teresa. I can do things you cannot. You can do things I cannot. But together, we can do great things. Thank you very much and magandang hapon po.
Thank you very much, Sir Lorena. To proceed to our next speaker, okay, but before that, I have some few announcements for our participants, particularly to those who are practicing nursing. So we have been granted with 5 credit units from the Professional Regulation Commission. So our nursing participants would be granted 5 points, CPD points, if they have attended all the sessions and will answer the evaluation form right after this plenary session. Okay, I hope that is clear to everyone. So to continue on with our program, our next reactor is Dr. Teresita Capacete, the Dean of the College of Arts, Sciences, and Education, who will share her synthesis and reflection on Parallel C, Sustainable Health Promotion, Education, and Communication. The Parallel was attended by professionals and students from education, psychology, and mass communication. Dean Capacete, if you are now ready to take on the virtual floor, the floor is now yours, Dean.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Joanna. And good afternoon again. I don't have any visual aid. Okay. I do not intend to repeat what have been excellently discussed with you today and yesterday about our topic and unnecessarily belabor you with the same. I cannot help but just run through the topics itself and how I see them all related to each other. For day 1 morning session, the first speaker, and I call him Mr. Positive, emphasized that we must grow our capacities not only in times when things are good, but also when times are challenging. He reiterated that by promoting positive emotions, engagement, relationship, meaning, and accomplishment, or what he calls PERMA, we can foster a sense of well-being and promote sustainable, holistic health. We need to work together to create a more sustainable and just future for ourselves and the generations to come. The second speaker discussed the importance of community guidance and counseling services to address mental health issues in the Philippines. The speaker also emphasized on prevention rather than intervention, and that collaboration and awareness are necessary, as well as education and funding. Overcoming stigma is a community effort. The third speaker pointed out how lifestyle choices impact health risk behaviors among adolescents. Results yielded from our study showed that a school-based intervention program has a significant impact on promoting healthy lifestyle choices and reducing health risk behaviors. Personal factors, though, play a vital role. For day 1 afternoon session, corporate social responsibility, or CSR, communication, #activism, related to sexual harassment and school safety, and digital analytic skills and competencies of professional communicators in Indonesia were discussed in 3 separate topics. In the first topic, it was highlighted that intrinsic CSR attributions are essential for companies to evoke, as they provide benefits such as increased stakeholder trust and loyalty. The speaker also explored the importance of message design in evoking intrinsic CSR attributions and provided several message design elements that organizations can use to evoke intrinsic CSR attributions. One example given of on an intrinsic CSR campaign was Dove's Let Her Grow campaign in Thailand. In the second topic, #activism was discussed as a powerful tool for creating societal change, especially in raising awareness about issues related to sexual harassment and school safety. The speaker provided the example of Make a School Safe Make a School a Safer Place movement in Malaysia, which gained widespread support on social media and led to important conversations on sexual harassment and school safety. In the third topic, the speaker discussed the insufficiency in digital analytic skills and competencies of professional communicators in Indonesia. The speaker highlighted the importance of digital skills in the communication field and provided some suggestions for addressing the issue, including providing digital literacy training for professional communicators and collaboration between academic institutions and the industry. The topics discussed highlighted the importance of effective communication in various contexts and the need for continuous development of skills and competencies in the field. Communication and the need for the professionals must keep with the changing landscape of communication and utilize tools like social media and digital analytics to effectively communicate and create positive impact. And for today's morning session, the first speaker discussed on community-based program. He embarked on by UST and the mission of Simbahayan to ensure the implementation of their different projects and advocacy regarding service learning with the end goal of social transformation. Further, the speaker stated that COVID provided opportunity for schools to develop their service programs to be recalibrated to fit the needs of pandemic situations. The second speaker spoke on the understanding of mental health and shared some pieces of advice to conquer fears, apprehensions, depression, anxiety disorders, or anything in reference to a wide range of mental health conditions. And the last but not the least, the third speaker focused on the basics of service learning and community engagements in HEIs, highlighting on community development and cataloging on the characteristics of high-quality services rendered to the community, which must be related to the changing times and related outcomes. The speaker also stressed that the community is the extension of the classroom. The typology of service learning and stages of service learning were also discussed. As we can glean from the topics, one idea presented leads to the other. Sustainable health promotion, education/community, and communication are key elements of a successful health strategy. Health promotion is a process that enables people to increase control over and improve their health. It is based on the recognition that people have the capacity to make decisions concerning their health. Education is a vital part of health promotion as it increases knowledge and understanding of health and health-related issues, and communication is a fundamental tool for successful health promotion. It is already an established fact that, especially these days, still in the midst of a pandemic, sustainable health promotion is a must. Exactly how that is done? Through education, of course. And how best this is achieved? Through proper communication. As in anything, lack of education is the culprit. And maybe not because we did not want to, but mainly because we didn't know how. I remember when the COVID-19 broke out, there was panic. We just didn't know what to do. There were all sorts of beliefs and theories about it, scientific and not, that definitely blurred the entire understanding of the disease. And here, I am sure we can all relate and share the same frustration because, yes, we simply didn't know what to do and how to go about things. That precisely made the situation more problematic and more chaotic. Why? Yes, ignorance, lack of education, poor communication. And what is the key word in our discussion? Sustainability. Sustainability is highly desirable. We want a program that is sustainable. It cannot be just a flash in the pan. It has to be long-lasting. It has to be continuous and enduring. In conclusion, sustainable health promotion, education, and communication are essential components of a healthy society. By investing in these areas, we can create a healthier and a more equitable future for all. We must continue to prioritize these initiatives and work together to ensure that everyone has access to the resources they need to lead healthy and fulfilling lives. Again, thank you, God bless, and good day to all.
Thank you, Dean Capacete, for your reflection. Moving on to our next reactor. Our next reactor is the Dean of the College of Business and Administration, Dr. Maria Victoria Rosas. Dr. Rosas will talk about the reflections on the Parallel D on Sustainable Health Economies and Digitalization. This was attended by participants who were interested in the disciplines of business management and administration, hotel and tourism management, and information technology. Again, to talk about sustainable health economies and digitalization, a synthesis, may we request for the presence of Dean Rosas to the virtual floor. Dean Rosas?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You may now begin your talk, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee of the Triicon 2023. This afternoon, I was tasked to present the synthesis of the sharings and insights of the speakers in parallel session D on sustainable health economics and digitization. The first speaker, Dr. Joseph Refugio, discussed sustainable health economics and how digitization and digital transformation influence and challenge sustainability and health economics. He defined sustainability and health economics from different perspectives. He mentioned common processes and factors on how to attain sustainability, particularly on having sustainable long-term growth. He mentioned the key drivers of the four major factors that affect well-being. One of the major factors is social protection. He mentioned that the key drivers of this social protection are social policies, social equity and frameworks, and economic policies. The second is gender equality, which is central to sustainable growth. It plays an important role in the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals number 5. The third is sustainable health, which, according to Dr. Refugio, includes social sustainability, economic sustainability, and environmental sustainability in order to have a fair and equal distribution of the healthcare system. The last item is sustainable education. The speaker mentioned that sustainable education depends on 3 P's, which are profit, which includes education policy, planet, includes educational ecosystem, and people or human resources. He also shared the major issues in the world in 2050, or otherwise known as TWI 2050. That is transforming the world for sustainable development. By 2050, the technology of the future, like nanobots, will give us full immersion in virtual reality from within the nervous system. There will be a continuous digital revolution, such as the artificial intelligence, big data, nanotech, autonomous systems, to name a few. Smart cities providing decent housing, changes in human capacity and demography, which includes age factor, labor markets, education, consumption and production, which focuses on sufficiency of resources, energy, and decarbonation. The emergence of a higher version of the technology and its proper utilization leads to the attainment of sustainable development in terms of economic, social, and environmental. Dr. Refugio discussed the digital revolution pyramid, the past, present, and future. Digitization is foundational. This is the connection between the physical world and software. This is what we have been doing since the 1960s. Then, digitalization increases productivity and efficiency while reducing costs. Digitalization improves an existing business process or processes, but does not change or transform them. The digitalization presumes digitization. Majority of the current activities are part of the digitalization, while digital transformation is really business transformation enabled by digitalization. It pertains to the changing of business processes enabled or forced by digitalization technologies. Dr. Refugio also mentioned healthcare technology trends in 2030, as well as the challenges of digital and sustainable health economics, such as the use of artificial intelligence, cloud computing, blockchain, robotics, etc. He also reiterated that political commitment from the government leaders, transparency, community, and public engagement, adaptive research and evaluation, health workforce capacity building, ethical standards, economic investment, and intersectoral interdisciplinary partnership across government, academe, and industry are some of the possible remedial measures or solutions to augment challenges in the digitalized health economy. The second speaker, Dr. Emmanuel Dotong, discussed FIRE technologies or Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies in the healthcare industry. The application of the Fourth Industrial Revolution or FIRE technologies in the healthcare industries and their importance in the health economy was the main focus of the discussion given by Dr. Dotong. This includes the use of advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, robotics, and the blockchain technology to improve healthcare delivery, diagnosis, treatment, and patient outcomes. He highlighted the potential benefits of these technologies in the healthcare industries, such as increased efficiency, accuracy, cost-effectiveness, and accessibility of healthcare services. He also mentioned the importance of technology in addressing the current and future challenges facing the healthcare industry, such as pandemics, chronic diseases, and the aging population. Changes and developments in the healthcare industry, like revolutionizing healthcare in terms of delivery of services, diagnosis, delivery of medicines, teleconsultation, and use of robotics in the hospital. These are the results of the adoption of the artificial intelligence as explained by Dr. Dotong. Dr. Dotong quoted Andrew Ang that AI is not a replacement for human doctors, but rather a complementary task that can help them make more accurate and informed decisions, leading to better patient care, improved patient outcomes, reduced costs, and effective health services. The third speaker focused on building sustainable health economies through digitalization opportunities for students across disciplines. Dr. Ilagan discussed various experiences with digitalization in healthcare and significant digital health trends in the country, such as electronic health records and mobile apps for personalized healthcare. She also presented the challenges and role of the stakeholders in building sustainable health economics and opportunities for investment in healthcare and the social impact. Likewise, Dr. Ilagan highlighted innovative health tech startups, social enterprises, and the potential of AI-powered healthcare solutions. She also mentioned the importance of skills and knowledge areas such as healthcare delivery, data analytics, software development, and business enterprises. Moreover, she encouraged everyone to take action toward building sustainable health economics by contributing their skills and knowledge. As a synopsis, the three stages of a digital revolution are digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. These are now invading all areas of different sectors like business, medical, manufacturing, engineering, academe, and many more. These show changes in how to operate and deliver value to customers and cultural change that requires adjustment due to the emergence of new technology. The healthcare industry is one of the major industries that adopted the revolution of digital technology. In recent years, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought new urgency to meeting digital transformation goals and forced many organizations to speed up transformation work. A business may take on digital transformation for several reasons, but by far the most likely reason is that they have to. It's a survival issue. In the wake of the pandemic, an organization's ability to adapt quickly to supply chain disruptions, time to market pressures, and rapidly changing customer expectation has become critical. The information age brought a lot of challenges and opportunities. We are now in the last phase of IR 4.0 and moving toward IR 5.0. Industry 4.0 moves towards Industry 5.0 when customers allowed to customize what they want. The presence of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, quantum computing, robotics and automation, blockchain technology, cybersecurity, data privacy, the Internet of Things, biotechnology, and genetic engineering are all products of FIRE or Fourth Industrial Revolution. Industry 5.0 is the revolution in which man and machine reconcile and find ways to work together to improve the means and efficiency of production or services. The fifth revolution could already be underway among the companies that are just now adopting the principle of IR 4.0. Humans might become more likely to handle the lighter work while machines take care of the more strenuous in some industries. The greatest advances predicted by Industry 5.0 involve the interaction of human intelligence and cognitive computing. Combined humans and computerized machinery are expected to take manufacturing, healthcare, and other industries to new levels of speed and perfection. The fifth revolution could also prove more advantageous to the environment as companies develop systems that run on renewable energy and eliminate waste. As artificial intelligence improves and robots assume more human-like capabilities, the interaction between computers, robots, and human workers will ultimately become more meaningful and mutually enlightening. Another important platform in the business environment nowadays is the emergence of metaverse. Meta means beyond, and verse from the word universe. Metaverse enables users to build interactive experiences that combine the virtual environment and the real world. Additionally, it can be considered a virtual version of the concept or idea of cyberspace. The COVID-19 epidemic ignited interest in the metaverse. As more individuals work and go to school online, there has been a rise in the desire for techniques to make online contact more lifelike. Mark Zuckerberg revealed in 2021 the reconstruction of Facebook into a maximalist version that includes social presence, office work, and entertainment. Hence, the name Facebook changed to Meta. In October 2021, reflecting its more significant commitment as Metaverse. Metaverse will be a living experience that exists continuously for everyone in real time, just as it does in real life. It is a game changer for work from home shifts, virtual meetings, and trading transactions. The keys to sustainability are innovation and creativity in the business environment, healthcare industry, and many more in order to maintain and sustain operations in the world of the information age. Let us embrace technology, whether we like it or not. Technology is here to stay. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosas, the Dean of the College of Business Management and Administration of the Trinity University of Asia, for that comprehensive synthesis of the Parallel D on sustainable health economics and digitalization. Moving on to the next part of our program, to express our gratitude to our unit heads who presented their reflections on the different parallel sessions, may we proceed to the awarding of the certificates. We would like to call on the Vice President for Academic Affairs of the Trinity University of Asia, Dr. Howell P. Ho, to award the certificate of appreciation to our speakers for this afternoon.
So good afternoon, everybody. So I am very glad to present this certificate to our speakers this afternoon. So Trinity University of Asia presents a certificate of appreciation to Dr. John Michael Lorena, Trinity University of Asia, as a plenary speaker during the Triicon 2023. Can you please make it a little bit, it's very small. Okay, so with the theme striving for sustainable communities through health promotion technologies and ideas, held via Zoom virtual platform from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on August 26 to 27. Signed by me and Dr. Gisela D. A. Luna. Thank you very much, Dean John.
Thank you.
The same certificate is also presented to Dr. Teresita K. Capacete as a plenary speaker to the Triicon 2020-23. Dr. Capacete, thank you very much. And the same certificate is also awarded to Dr. Maria Victoria Rosas, who served as a plenary speaker during the Triicon 2023. Thank you very much, Dean Rosas.
Thank you po, BPA.
And the same certificate. Oh.
Okay, sir. Congratulations to our plenary speakers for this afternoon. And since Sir Mark is not around, sir, we will just give him the certificate. May we again request our plenary reactors and the two Vice President for Academic Affairs for a brief photo opportunity to document this event. Kindly turn on your cameras, ma'am and deans, doctors. Okay, in my count. Okay, for a while. Okay, in my count, 3, 2, 1, smile. Another one? Oh, okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, we have captured the picture. Thank you very much for the very comprehensive um, reflections and synthesis of all of the parallel sessions that we have attended, that our participants have attended yesterday and today. So as we move towards the end of our conference and to officially wrap up this year's Triicon 2023, may we again request our VPAA, Dr. Howell Tiho, to deliver the closing remarks. Dr. Howell?
Yes, so greetings to all, and thank you for joining us at the Trinity Research and Idea International Congress Triicon 2023 with the theme Striving for Sustainable Communities Through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas. Deep gratitude to our speakers who shared insights on the Sustainable Development Goals and how to build sustainable cities. Hope you learned a lot from our speakers and hoping these learnings translate to deeper understanding in the new developments in your fields of study. Special thanks to the people behind the scenes who have worked hard to make this two-day event possible. Thank you to our participants for listening attentively to the various talks, and I hope you enjoyed the program as listening to the different speakers and the reflections that came afterwards. So thank you very much.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Howell, for that closing remark. Okay. Moving on to our program, the link as we move to the end of our program, the link for the evaluation form can now be accessed. So these QR codes found here on the presentation, kindly scan this QR code depending on the parallel session which you have attended. You may scan each of the QR code for parallel A and so on. If you attended parallel A, kindly scan that QR code since this is specifically for that parallel session. The same link will be posted by our chat moderators through the Zoom chat box. And this evaluation will only be open starting now until 6 p.m. of today only. Again, the evaluation form will only be open from 2:43 onwards until 6 p.m. Okay, some few announcements before we end this conference. The Triicon 2023 is a free conference organized by the Trinity University of Asia and is open for participants who have committed their full time in attending the whole conference. As oriented in the conference house rules, during the plenary and each parallel session, an attendee must be able to join all the sessions, including the plenary and their selected parallel sessions, and answer the evaluation form to receive a certificate of completion. Ample time was provided during all the sessions to answer the attendance form. So kindly understand that for you to receive a certificate of completion, especially for those who are availing of the CPD credit units, you have to have accomplished the attendance, all of the attendance. And again, answer the evaluation form that is posted here. Attendees who were able to complete the attendance and answer the form will receive their certificates via email. Certificates will be sent after we have verified all the attendance and the evaluation of all of the participants. Again, to remind you, evaluation form will only be open until 6 p.m. today. And finally, for participants who need a copy of the conference program, the program is available for downloading in the Triicon website, and you may also view the same program in the TUA Facebook page. We would like to thank all the participants who joined in the conference from its opening plenary session to the parallel session and up until to this closing plenary session. Again, this has been Johanna Rachel San Pedro, Research Associate of the University Research and Development Center of the Trinity University of Asia. Thank you for attending, and we hope to see you again in our future events. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you, and see you on our next events. So for those who were asking what is the profession code that would be put in the evaluation form, just kindly type in there your profession. Yeah. Just type in the profession in the profession code. Okay, I hope that's clear to our CPD attendees. Thank you very much.
Hindi pa. Nagsasendan nga kita ng evaluation. Paano? Hindi ko ano yung QR code. Bakit?
Nakabantay ka sa isang sabi ko bantay sarado.
Sa Tico? Ang ganda naman. Oo, yung mag-isa nga lang yata sa korte. Oo. Sabi ko nga kita, yung ganda.
Sabi, di ba na, nasa pinto kasi. Tapos yung picture, nandito din. Magagawa ko. Eh, kaya na, nabigyan yun lang. Dala sa loob sa pinto. Magagawa mo yun? Hindi. Bigyan ko. Ba't kasi ako? Ganda eh.
Paano? Hindi ko man yung QR.
Recording stopped.